Chapter 739. It was his first time on a luxurious yacht like the Ray. It would be too pretentious of him not to go to the top deck to enjoy the breeze and experience the feeling of steering the boat, riding the wind and breaking the waves. Luo Nan wasn't a pretentious person, so he agreed to Ian Lee's casual suggestion after locking onto their next destination. Thus, the two of them were now on the top deck. The constant temperature system in the room was replaced by the cool and refreshing night wind. Between the spacious water and sky, one's mood would always be a bit different than in a secret room. There was still a certain distance between them and their designated destination. Even though this distance was meaningless to Luo Nan had to consider the detailed requirements of observing and doing things. So Luo Nan let it go for now. He temporarily transformed into a tourist who had just arrived at this place. Under Ian Lee's guidance, he opened up the pilot's seat on the top deck. He didn't pay attention to small details like driving without a license. Instead, he began a continuous Z-shaped taxiing journey that shocked the ordinary crew members. Luckily, Luo Nan still had some self-awareness. He could sense the chaotic emotions of the crew members, so he just experienced a bit more before withdrawing. He returned to the sunlit area behind the pilot's seat and tasted the low-alcohol beverage Ian Lu had concocted. The refreshing taste of the beverage and the refreshing feeling of the night wind interweaved together. It was indeed very enjoyable. On the relatively spacious top deck, Ian Lu still followed her habit of sitting in the living area's small living room. She sat right next to Luo Nan. The night wind blew her beautiful hair, and strands of her hair would occasionally touch Luo Nan's cheek. It was so itchy that he wanted to scratch it with his hand. Ian Lu noticed this detail and said, "Sorry." She gathered her hair a bit and adjusted her position, sitting a bit further away. Although it was said to be far away, it was actually limited. Plus, the angle was staggered, making it easier for Luo Nan to clearly see her face and the outline of her figure. Luo Nan's gaze naturally swept over. Speaking of which, this was the first time he seriously sized up Ian Lu today. On the deserted island, he only managed to recognize her face and ignored everything else. In the living room, he just stared at her stockings. It was only now that Luo Nan discovered that Ian Lee's clothes didn't quite match his impression of the capable manager of Frost River Reality and the deputy, first ablatum of the Blood Flame Order. She put on makeup, and the shape of her face and eyebrows became even more exquisite. The dark blue pinstripe windbreaker had a very formal style. The front was wide open, and it naturally revealed the tight-fitting, light-colored, high-collared shirt. Overall, it was a very intellectual style. However, further down, there was a short skirt that was almost hidden under the hem of the trench coat. Together with the long legs wrapped in stockings and the high-heeled boots, it had the magical effect of attracting the attention of men. Luo Nan was an example. Actually, Luo Nan was a complete layman when it came to women's clothing. He just felt that Ian Lu was a very exquisite woman who would pay attention to the details. It was just like the stockings that wrapped around his legs. At first, he thought it was just ordinary black silk, but he didn't expect that under the illumination of the light, there would be an additional layer of color and luster. Ian Lu was such a person. She was exquisite, paid attention to the quality of life, and knew how to enjoy life. However, he lacked the ability to focus on cultivation without any distractions. This was probably the main reason why Mrs. Halder had never treated her as a true successor to be groomed. Of course, Mrs. Halder herself didn't care that much about the continuation of the Blood Flame Order. She just used the Blood Flame Order, especially the Blood Soul Temple's configuration, as a furnace for smelting a unique core. Luo Nan was certain that he wouldn't hand over important matters that concerned his life to Ian Lu. This had nothing to do with being close or not. It was just that he knew how to appoint people. However, if Ian Lu were to arrange some routine and normal matters, she would do it extremely well. Though the upper limit was relatively low, Ian Lu was able to play with flowers within a limited space. It was said that before she entered the circle, she was once Mrs. Halder's secretary, a personal secretary. The feeling of being a working secretary or a confidential secretary, like Sister Ywain, was completely different. TSK, what am I thinking now? Luo Nan's thoughts touched Ywain, and he suddenly came to a realization. It had only been half an hour since he arrived in Ban City, but he had spent a lot more brain power and time on this woman before his eyes than on the scheduled business. Luo Nan, oh Luo Nan, you've just stepped onto the yacht, and you've already degenerated into a rotten fellow? It's done. Luo Nan suddenly clapped his hands. Mister. It was unknown when, but Ian Lee's way of addressing Luo Nan had already removed the surname from the front. This was also a subtle change in the details. Luo Nan didn't care about these details. He reorganized his thoughts and asked a question. The consumables I talked about 2 days ago, especially the matter of the energy center. How's it going? Was this a switch in mask? Ian still wasn't quite used to Luo Nan's jumpy emotions and thoughts, but she still displayed extremely high accomplishments in her field of expertise. She took a light breath and immediately opened up the virtual work area. She projected the corresponding information over. According to your request, Mr. A total of 12 tons of consumables have been purchased. This is the list. As for the energy center, we have prepared 2 alternative locations. They are both in the vicinity of North Mountain Lake. The projection area first displayed a satellite map of the Ban City area, as well as the important markings on it. Then, it displayed the information images of the 2 alternative locations. Point A, which is also the North Mountain Water Generating Station, is 300 kilometers away from the center of Ban City. It is approximately 70 kilometers northwest of your position when you arrived. It is the first batch of emergency infrastructure facilities after the war. It originally had a total installed capacity of 2 million kilowatts. It has a total of 4 units, large and small. However, it has basically been discontinued. Only a single 50,000 kilowatts unit is still in operation. It exists as a backup power station for the old power grid. There are still people here. There are no residential areas in the surroundings. The hydroelectric power station operates in an unmanned mode. There will be people coming over to maintain it every month, but it's just a routine matter. Basically, as long as war doesn't erupt and large-scale mutant invasions don't occur in Ban City, no one will care about it. Of course, system monitoring definitely exists. We need to get through certain joints. Luo Nan nodded. It would be much simpler to use the external neuron to deal with system monitoring. The projection area displayed the next set of images. As for Point B, it is located on North Mountain Lake's Claw Island. It is 20 kilometers away from your position when you arrived, Mr. The generator set there is a first-generation miniaturized field combat energy center. It is a complete superconducting generator set, powered by both wind and water. The capacity of this generator set is much lower. It is approximately 3,000 kilowatts. Claw Island was originally a monitoring point for mutants. It also served as a forward base for explorers, but it was captured by mutants once. The casualties were disastrous. Later, it changed hands many times, but accidents always occur. It seems that mutants care quite a bit about that place. They often go there, so the frequency of accidents is quite high. I'll take both of them. Huh. The straight line distance between Point A and Point B is only 40 kilometers. Both are relatively independent. One is used as an experimental base, while the other is used as a shooting range. It's quite perfect. Is that so? Yin Lu subconsciously asked, but she quickly regained her composure. She bowed and expressed, "Since it's like this, I will immediately clean up the loose ends. You just need to sign a temporary rental agreement for Point B. As for Point A, you can use it right now." Luo Nan nodded. He had something to do tonight. He spoke again. There are also consumables. First transport half of each to Point A and some to Point B. There's no need for too much. Just 1/10 will do. Lu recorded at the same time. She knew how to check and fill in the gaps. Do we need to put some on the yacht as well? That's right. That's good. Luo Nan gave her a reminder. We need to prepare the subsequent purchases as well. The losses will be quite large. The so-called consumables were the ingredients needed for the biochemical reactor. Unfortunately, this was only the basic formula. The ingredients needed for the advanced formula were not complete. This led to the catalyzed electromagnetic muscle membrane structure having a low carrying capacity. The catalysis required a large amount of energy and nutrients, but once it was unleashed at full strength, the carrying capacity was extremely tight. The more this was the case, the more Luo Nan needed to utilize every second of his explosive period. Only then could he increase his chances of assassinating Gongqi. This required a large amount of repetitive practice. According to his experience in Spring City, it required a large amount of electricity, high amounts of nutrients, and consumable base materials. It was easy to imagine that this was a giant beast that ate money. The pressure on logistics was far too great. This kind of practice could only be carried out in the metropolis and its surrounding areas. He would be the center of everyone's attention if he was in Xia City. He was far too eye-catching. Spring City was like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bow. D-City's situation was complicated. Because of the so-called new plane, extraordinaries would pass through from time to time. In other words, Luo Nen could still give it a try in Ban City. Luo Nen wasn't picky about Yin Li's methods. He wasn't stingy with his praise. You've done quite well. Mister, you flatter me. Yin Lu bowed in greeting. She still maintained a cautious and restrained attitude. However, this restraint was built on a complex psychological foundation. It was like her exquisite makeup. Even though her foundation was excellent, it was unknown how much effort she had put in to achieve this level of beauty without batting an eyelid. It was precisely because it was complex that it brought about more real-time changes. It gave people the interest and pleasure to explore. Fuck, I'm thinking too much again. Luo Nen took a deep breath. He prepared to use the induction network to investigate the situation of the two bases. Inla suddenly stood up at this time. The lower hem of her windbreaker covered more of the lines of her legs, but it seemed to expose more as it fluttered in the wind. Luo Nan, who was still sitting in his original position, subconsciously made a comparison. His consciousness shifted, and the voice beside his ear became a bit fuzzy. This lasted until Yin Lu spoke a second time. Mister? Yes? Up ahead is the Zhuo Jiawei Gate. Only now did Luo Nan completely wake up. He stood up as well and stood by Yin Li's side. He looked down from high above, past the heavy mist, and looked toward the edge of the lake several kilometers away. Chapter 740. The reason why the camphor tree had its back to Luo Nan was because this camphor tree possessed an extremely human-like appearance. Its crown and branches were naturally shaped as it grew. Looking from afar, one didn't need too much imagination to be able to see an awe-inspiring appearance similar to that of an arhat or heavenly king in a temple. Many years of growth had caused the main trunk of the camphor tree to diverge. It was like two thick legs standing upright on the ground. It also had an enormous, clearly defined head. That was the crown of its trunk. In addition, there was a cluster of well-developed side branches that extended over a dozen meters. It was like a thick arm that was stretched out horizontally. This arm was placed horizontally above the seemingly tranquil ripples of Beishan Lake. The lake water rippled slightly. It vibrated back and forth with the granite patterns of the breakwater that resembled a city wall. There were slight twists and turns, but it didn't cross over this horizontal extension of the thick arm. This is the Zhujiawei Gate. Yes, during the Third World War, the earthquake caused the topography of the mountain to change. The flood from upstream poured down in torrents. Soon, it submerged the ancient capital and forced the other cities downstream. But due to topography, coincidence, and other reasons, the flood, which could have caused even greater destruction, stopped here and didn't advance any further. It formed an enormous dammed lake. Although there were many dangerous situations in the following decades, the lake water generally stopped behind this camphor tree. It didn't advance any further. The citizens of Osaka City believed that this tree was mystical, so they used the local folklore to name it Way Gate. The general idea was that it was an imperial bodyguard that guarded the royal court, and it is rumored that the seed of this tree was transplanted from the sunken Saga County of Kyushu Island. In ancient times, Saga was called Saga, so it was called the Zujiawe Gate. Luo Nen already had a preliminary understanding of the concrete information through his own observations and the information provided by Inlu. But listening to Inlu narrate the rather mystical legend like she was telling a story was still a relaxing experience. Looking at the Zujiawe Gate now, it really did seem like a powerhouse with a thick and sturdy body. It exerted force with its arm horizontally, forcefully stopping the boundless water waves, and it had its back to the lake's surface, disregarding all threats. It was extremely bold and powerful. It had a sense of beauty. Of course, it was impossible for the government of Osaka City to completely entrust the safety of the city to a camphor tree. According to the records, when the city of Ban was first established, the builders built a series of dams and other water conservancy projects behind this big tree, completely controlling the possibility of the North Mountain invading Hunan. The semi-abandoned hydroelectric power station that Luo Nan would soon be heading to was one of the results of that time. The designer of the Water Conservancy Project must have taken into account the beliefs of the people. When building the dam, he left plenty of room for the camphor tree to grow. The divine tree didn't stand on ceremony either. Not only did its thick roots penetrate deep into the ground, a considerable portion of them also extended above the ground. Green moss covered the surface of the tree, giving it an ancient appearance. Lu continued, "Actually, this tree isn't that old, only about 100 years old. However, its growth is very vigorous, and it's even larger than some 1,000-year-old trees. Logically speaking, there should be some abnormalities. It's just that the plant's mutation is relatively mild, and Osaka City's government didn't find any obvious problems after monitoring it for a long period of time, so they left." Luo Nen gazed into the distance and muttered, "The incense is quite exuberant." It was around 8:00 in the evening, the time when the citizens would go out and relax. Quite a few residents and tourists came before this camphor tree. According to the local custom, they would go before the tree, high-five, and put their palms together in respect. The stream of people under the tree maintained a relatively plentiful state. They came in an endless stream, and it really did look quite intimidating. Lu flipped through the information and applied what she had learned. The locals usually worshipped the gods in the morning, but according to legend, when the flood arrived behind the Zujia Gate, night had fallen. Therefore, the people believe that the power of the Zujia Gate is more abundant at night, and the worship is done after the sun has set. If it was daytime, there wouldn't be so many people. Luo Nen nodded slightly. He couldn't blame the citizens of Osaka City for offering large amounts of incense and faith. This camphor tree really did have a bit of spirituality. Its vitality was exuberant to the point that it was shocking. It was able to absorb large amounts of nutrients from the surrounding earth, the air, the water behind it, and even more distant regions. It was able to effectively distribute these nutrients to its roots and branches. At the same time, it was able to restrain itself, forming a healthy symbiotic relationship with its surroundings. This was already a realm that ordinary plants couldn't achieve. It was basically the truth to say that it was a plant class mutant. In addition, there were even more special places. Right now, the yacht was very close to the dam. It couldn't go any closer, so it temporarily dropped the anchor and stayed on the water surface. Luo Nen used his sight and mental senses to observe from this position. He was silent for a long time. Inlu cooperatively stayed silent for a period of time. But a few minutes later, she saw that Luo Nan continued like this. She couldn't help but ask softly, "Mister, is there a direct relationship between this camphor tree and that person's tracks?" The so-called person was none other than Snake Tongue. Yin Li's initial goal in coming to Osaka City was to help Luo Nan's search for traces of Snake Tongue's body. Snake Tongue was a famous curse master of the inner world. Last year, she went to Xia City in an out-of-body state to cooperate with headquarters in an operation to try and harm Luo Nan. Later, the operation failed, and many people saw Luo Nan use a secret technique to capture her. But no one knew whether she was imprisoned or killed. Therefore, Inlu and Mrs. Halder weren't the least bit surprised that Luo Nan wanted to search for Snake Tongue's body. As for what Luo Nan was going to do with Snake Tongue's body, whether it was whipping corpses to vent his anger, threatening and torturing them, or using them as medicine, it was none of their business. Being able to consolidate and deepen their relationship with Luo Nan through these matters was the most important thing. Inlu didn't just want to give Luo Nan a good impression through doing things. Before coming here, she and Mrs. Halder had devised quite a few plans on how to improve their relationship with Luo Nan. Over the next few days in Osaka City, she would verify each plan one by one to see which would produce better results. Judging from the situation just now, Luo Nan wasn't completely indifferent to some of her methods. He wasn't angry either. This was a good start, but what to do next to be just right was still a difficult problem that she had no confidence in. She had no choice but to try. Inlu cast her gaze toward Luo Nan once more. Luo Nan was still looking at the camphor tree in the distance, as well as the figures moving under the camphor tree. He was extremely focused. Inlu couldn't guess what sort of scene would appear in his eyes and mental senses, but it made her even more curious. Luo Nan was undoubtedly a mysterious and powerful person, but the deeper she understood, the more she understood that, in a certain sense, this person was just a simple and even pure youth. Powerful strength, malicious intent surrounding him, endlessly pushing him through dangerous trials, special experiences during his childhood, good family education. All sorts of complex and contradictory conditions were mixed together to form Luo Nan's special personality that was close to having a split personality. To develop a relationship with such a person. Furthermore, she was in a lower position, so it wasn't easy for her to fawn over him. What's more, she could face a backlash at any time. Luo Nan's chaotic and ever-changing personality was like a set of rapidly rotating fan blades. They appeared to be one entity under the high-speed state, but they were lethal weapons capable of twisting off fingers in a direct confrontation. In fact, it was very likely that it would be her neck that was snapped. Just thinking about it, Yin Li's heartbeat sped up. But thinking about how she had to control a powerful spiritual expert beside her, it was tough for her. Luo Nan's murmur entered his ears while he was doing his best to harmonize his breathing. What a beauty! Are you talking about me? Yin Li's heart skipped a beat, but she soon realized that she had expressed the wrong feelings. This was because Luo Nan had been looking at the shore from beginning to end. His gaze pierced nearly a kilometer of the boundless curtain of night, locking onto a particular point amidst the stream of people coming and going under the camphor tree. Though Yin Lu was also an ability user and a spiritual expert, whether it was her gaze or the distance of her mental senses, they weren't enough to allow her to see the details of the lakeshore. She could only indulge her thoughts and speculate. The youth before her really seemed to have reached the age where he was interested in the opposite sex. Luo Nan spoke again, this time to Yin Lu. "Can the boat dock?" Yin Lu quickly came back to her senses and responded. "There are no docks nearby, but the boat is equipped with fishing boats. We can bypass the breakwater in front and disembark from the eastern region." "Really? That's great. Our luck isn't bad." Luo Nan no longer lingered on the scene on the shore after he finished speaking. He turned his head and headed to the lower deck. Yin Lu hurriedly followed behind him. She connected Luo Nan's words together and sorted out his logic once more. She suddenly discovered a difficult problem. If he goes ashore for the sake of looking at a beautiful woman up close, or even going a step further, should I help him? Or should I give him advice? Or should I directly help him? The current Luo Nan was quite different from the image of an obedient child in Xiao City. With Ian Lee's intelligence channels, she obviously wouldn't take the paternity test incident from a few days ago seriously. But the more she did this, the greater the contrast became. Logically speaking, it's more likely that I'm wrong. But if what the madam said is true, then the current Luo Nan is a depressed child who has just awakened his adult consciousness. He has suppressed his instincts because he hasn't been enlightened yet. After arriving in a foreign region like Ban City, he'll lose his usual restraints. It's not impossible for him to suddenly awaken and erupt. While Ian Lee's imagination was running wild, she and Luo Nan boarded the fishing boat that was equipped with the yacht. They took a detour to disembark and spend a bit of time walking from the breakwater to Mr. Zhujiao Weimin. The camphor tree appeared even larger and more majestic up close than it did from afar. Yin Lu was already able to faintly feel the exuberant life force circulating in the surrounding air at this time. She could also feel the chaotic and disorderly power of faith coming from the worshippers around her. The accumulation of a few decades has actually reached this scale. If it's a small religious sect, they can basically use this point to awaken a few ability users who have affinity with this domain. Oh, there are many religious sects in Ban City. Even if most of them don't have a high upper limit, they are still insiders. They shouldn't be blind to this extent. Then, Ian Lee's heart was stirred and she looked all around. She had a rather clear standard of search. Soon, she found a monk meditating with his eyes closed in the shadow of an outstretched arm on the west side of the camphor tree. He was called a monk because this person wore a loose robe similar to a kasaya. His hair was kept extremely short. He looked more like a cultivator who wasn't part of the 5 elements. The surrounding citizens who came to pay their respects didn't find this person's existence strange at all. He's an ability user, but he shouldn't be a Buddhist. Compared to the secret orders that supported half the sky of the inner world, the existence of traditional religions was extremely weak in the context of the new era. At the very least, it was completely disproportionate when compared to the scale that practically monopolized the domain of faith before the war. However, once an ability user was born among them, they would often have a more distinct characteristic of a religious sect. Yin Lu, who was rich in experience, could recognize it with a single glance. The monk before her clearly didn't possess that characteristic. However, the aura around his body was quite harmonious with that of the Jordan Gate. He was also tainted with the light of faith. He possessed a special quality that was completely different from that of a secular person. He was an awakened, and his strength wasn't ordinary. He even had a bonus in the vicinity of the Jordan Gate. Yin Lu furrowed her brows. She felt that she had overlooked too many things in her intelligence gathering work in Ban City. She immediately made up for it and used special channels to conduct an in-depth understanding. She spent 2 minutes combing through the information. Right when she was about to report it to Luo Nan, the figure of the youth beside her moved slightly. He stepped into the stream of people who were leaving in front of her and went straight back the way he came. "Mister!" Yin Lu subconsciously cried out, but she soon came to her senses. She pursed her lips and didn't say anything. She just followed closely behind. She thought of what Luo Nan said before and raised her eyes to look forward. Sure enough, there was a woman with a beautiful figure about 7 or 8 people away. She wore a traditional local kimono. Her head was slightly lowered as she slowly walked forward with the stream of people. Yin Lu couldn't see the woman's face, but she could see the skin on the back of the woman's neck that was slightly exposed. The woman's gait was as white as jade, and the woman's gait was extremely graceful. The surrounding men and women unconsciously turned their gazes to size her up. She could basically confirm that the woman was a beauty above average. Of course, Yin Lu wasn't inferior in the slightest when it came to contorting gazes. This made Luo Nan a bit dissatisfied with her. Keep a low profile. Don't attract attention. Yin Lu felt quite wronged at this moment. She was stunned for a moment before responding. Then I'll go gather some intelligence on that person first. Luo Nan still stared at the woman without letting go. He just nodded in approval. Yin Lu let out a breath of relief. At the same time, she vowed to herself that no matter where she went, she would prepare a flying car or some sort of enclosed vehicle. At the very least, she would attract Luo Nan's attention and wouldn't cause him any trouble. Chapter 741. Osaka was a city rebuilt on the ruins. Due to geographical reasons, it was sandwiched by Beishan Lake and the Southern Bay, forming a barbell-like city layout. Beishan Lake was the northernmost part of Osaka, but the southern shore of Beishan Lake was definitely not. There were still a considerable number of residential facilities around the south-central area of Beishan Lake, and a considerable part of them were high-class residential areas. Don't be surprised why people would still build mansions here under the threat of the mutants. Basically, a considerable number of important people in Osaka used this place as a hunting villa. Especially in the past few years, after the birth of the Deep Blue Walkers, the world government had basically turned from defense to offense in the wilderness. As the threat continued to decline, the high-level social mode of hunting around the lake became popular. However, this season was just a gap between the spring and summer hunting, and the hunting villa community by the lake seemed empty, with few pedestrians and relatively deserted. When the two people passed by, it was still a relatively difficult thing to ignore each other. "Good evening, Mrs. Kitayama." "Good evening. The wind tonight is very cool." "Yes." The two people passed by each other, leaving only the stiff smile of the housewife in the cool night wind. With this small detail as the starting point, it quickly became the main topic of tonight's high-class villa area. At the boring Sand Friends gathering of the women, many people commented, "Kitayama Iwahui, such a rude person. She's just an artist who retired from the entertainment industry. She's really arrogant. I heard that Mr. Kitayama is a powerful person in society." "Yes, I heard that. So for a long time, Mrs. Kitayama almost never went out. But I also heard that the powerful Mr. Kitayama is probably dead." "Oh, really? Isn't it? Every month or two, a car would pick her up at the door and come back after about a week. But that kind of car hasn't appeared for a long time. Osaka has been cracking down on societies recently, and it is said that many people were hospitalized and then died." "Oh, so that's how it is." "Then Mrs. Kitayama has been going to Mr. Jorgaman's place recently. She's going to pray, and it may be a fleeting future. Here, maybe we will soon lose sight of her." Whispers of surprise and excitement could be heard, or they could not be heard. Perhaps Beishan Yuehui, who was at the center of the discussion, could hear it or could not. For now, she was still walking at an unhurried pace, maintaining a calm and indifferent attitude as she walked along the narrow but tidy tree-lined path. After all, it was getting late. Life in the major commercial and entertainment districts of Ban City had just begun. But for the people in this community, it was basically time to rest at home. The further they walked along the boulevard, the fewer people there were. In the end, after walking for more than 100 meters, they didn't see a single person. However, right at this moment, Northmont Shuohue arrived at his own doorstep. The AI butler detected her vital data, and the security system opened the door. "You are back, madam." Beishan Yuehui silently walked into the yard. She still walked at the same pace as before, passing through the exquisite front yard. A gentle breeze blew, and the short shrubs and red-edged maple leaves in the yard rustled, welcoming their mistress home. The door to the main house opened as well. Beishan Yuehui walked to the entrance, put down her handbag, and bent down to change her shoes. At this moment, the lights in the house suddenly flickered, and the AI butler spoke again. "Sorry, there is some trouble." The voice was cut off, and the lights in the house were completely extinguished. Beishan Yue straightened up, stunned. But before she could react, a figure suddenly rushed in from outside the room. The moment he rushed into the door, he tightly stuck to Beishan Xuehui's waist without leaving any gap. At the same time, he stretched out his elbow across her shoulder, across her throat, and then pulled back, firmly jamming her windpipe and preventing her from making a sound. Mrs. Beishan, poor woman, don't panic, I am here to help you. The voice of the intruder behind her was hoarse, and he breathed heavily. His hot breath rushed past Beishan Yuehui's ears. It had nothing to do with physical strength, but a natural reaction after the secretion of hormones. You have lost the care of a powerful person, haven't you? Without a backer, how can you maintain such an elegant and leisurely life? The future is simply a foreseeable tragedy. Come, I am here to help you. I don't need to do anything extra. Just treat me the way you treat that person. Sensing that Kiddishin, Yuehui's resistance, was very weak, the intruder turned her around, still clutching her throat with his hand. With the help of the moonlight shining in from the window, the intruder admired the beauty's delicate face, which was stiff from fear. Yes, this was the face. He had been spying under the camphor tree for a whole 2 months. It was a perfect fit for his aesthetic standards, a combination of beauty and fame. Although in the industry, this woman was also a relatively low-key type. But after more than 10 years of acting career, she should have many fans. Countless people could only look at her, but they would soon moan and beg under his body. Wasn't this the biggest source of motivation for him to become an ability user, to become a powerful person, and to be willing to work hard to cultivate? Now I am also such a person. The dim light of the emergency light in the corner of the wall reflected the intruder's face. This face had already assumed a pious and profound cultivation style, and had been sitting under the Zujia guard gate intermittently for nearly a year. At this time he was still wearing a loose robe, but he quickly tore it off impatiently. Mrs. Beishan, remember me. I am Okano Soichiro. Hey! The fake monk named Okano Soichiro was too excited. When he tore off his own clothes, he actually gave Beishan Yuehui a chance to struggle. This woman, who was dominated by fear, somehow managed to escape from his grasp. She staggered backward, but her hind leg tripped on the corner of the entrance, and her body fell backward, falling heavily on the tatami. Okano Soichiro thought that Beishan Yuehui was going to scream, so he quickly rushed forward. But the expected scream did not come. In front of him, Beishan Yuehui was like an exquisite doll, only opened her eyes wide in fear. The lower hem of the kimono was stretched out by her naturally spread legs, and above her snow-white feet was the skin of her calves that was in no way inferior or even smoother. This posture was slightly inelegant, but it was more suitable for the current situation, and it was an appropriate way to show off her beauty. Okano Soichiro was a little surprised, and the flames in his heart rose for the second time, crackling. He couldn't help but praise in his heart. She really is worthy of being a senior mistress who has followed a powerful figure for many years. She knows how to use her capital to avoid greater harm. This is even better. Okano Soichiro was really about to explode. He quickly threw the loose robe that was in the way to the side, revealing a strong body that was only wrapped in the lower half. Mrs. Beishan, you have done well. From tonight onwards, you will live a new life, and it will be more comfortable than before. I, Okano Soichiro, a senior cadre of the All-Spirit sect, a person who is close to the gods, a person who is close to the gods. The so-called powerful figures of the underworld are not even worth mentioning compared to me. Come on, Mrs. Beishan, you can continue to do it, and show me what you are best at. Kitayama Yuki didn't completely listen to the intruder's request. Perhaps fear had completely seized her soul. She just sat on the tatami, half propped up with her elbows, and stared blankly at the fake monk under the faint light. If there was any movement, it was probably the light pink lipstick on her lips, gently opening and closing as she murmured something. At first, Okano Soichiro thought that she was begging for mercy, but the next second he heard part of the words clearly. It's the life curse, the worldly love curse, and the great equality curse. There is no difference between the heavenly awakening myriad spirits. Like life and hate death, all living beings are the same. In fact, Kitayama Yuki's voice was very soft, and her lips were not visible. If it were any other words, it would be very difficult to distinguish. But Okano Soichiro was too familiar with this part. He was stunned at first, and then he couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't this the prayer of the All-Spirit sect? This set of prayer was obviously adapted from Buddhist scriptures, and the editor was quite insincere. However, within the scope of the spiritual light of the Sakavai Gate, it was indeed quite efficacious. If not for this, who would pay attention to ability users like them, who had their eyes on the top of their heads? He didn't expect Kitayama Yuki to be a devout believer, but in front of him, a high-ranking cadre of the All-Spirit sect, she was chanting the All-Spirits curse. This was pandering. It had to be pandering. Come, Mrs. Kitayama. I will teach you a more correct way of chanting. I will show you a miracle, and let you see a new world. Okano Soichiro thought that it might be interesting to put on a preaching act. But after saying so much, he was already parched by the flames in his body. He couldn't hold it in any longer. He took a step forward, reached out, and grabbed the front of Kitayama Yuki's dark blue kimono. He tore it, along with the inner lining, and even loosened the belt. Kitayama Yuki's loosened collar didn't expose too much, but the clear and perfect collarbone was another part of the sexiness of a mature woman. Okano Soichiro was so excited that he almost howled. He couldn't care less about finding a bed or anything else. His body pressed down, and he wanted to taste the cool fragrance of Kitayama Yuki's body again. But at this moment, his chest suddenly trembled, and there was some resistance. It wasn't too big, but some kind of inexplicable and strange feeling started from there, all the way back, stirring in his chest and then coming out from his back. Numbness and slight pain, as well as the instinctive awakening of fear in the human body, surged into his mind. He widened his eyes and looked at the beautiful face that was right in front of him, who was still muttering an incantation with a unique stiffness. The second and third penetrative attacks came one after another. Okano Soichiro finally turned his gaze to between his chest and abdomen, and then he saw 3 vines as thick as a thumb penetrating into his body from different parts of his chest and abdomen, and they came out from his back that he couldn't see. Fear stimulated his spirit sense. Although he couldn't see, he could feel that the 3 vines were intertwining and twisting above his back, like spirit snakes swimming and coiling. Where did these vines come from? Am I going to die? Confusion and fear, as well as the fatal true damage, instantly took away all his strength. His body went soft, and it was impossible for him to support his body anymore. Naturally, he fell to Kitayama Yuki below him, but the 4th, the 5th, Okano Soichiro couldn't count them at all. His remaining consciousness was no longer suitable for such complicated work. Countless vines and tree roots shot out from Kitayama Yuki's messy kimono, from the originally neat tatame, and from the walls and ceiling. They were not limited to Okano Soichiro's chest, abdomen, and back, but also his hands, feet, head, and all other places that could be pierced and sucked flesh. In the blink of an eye, Okano Soichiro was held in midair by the vines and tree roots. He wasn't dead yet, and the familiar incantation was still echoing in his ears. Why is this happening? Okano Soichiro was, of course, unwilling to die in such a cowardly way. He also tried to chant the incantation and mobilize his supernatural power to save himself. But everything melted under Kitayama Yuki's stiff tone. His supernatural power was unmoving. The vines and tree roots that pierced through his body had absorbed all his vitality, turning him into a pool of muddy, stagnant water. And the source of the power that killed him, Okano Soichiro, made a muddy sound and tried to reach out his hand, wanting to touch the beautiful face that was close at hand. However, his arm, which had been pierced by several vines and tree roots, had completely lost its momentum. His fingertips moved forward by less than a centimeter, not even a millimeter, before they were forever frozen in midair. And under the greedy suction of the vines and tree roots, they rapidly withered and lost all their flesh and water. His body was the same, turning into a shriveled, curled corpse. Such a horrifying scene happened in front of her, but Kitayama Yuki's beautiful face was still the same as before. She just stopped chanting the incantation, and her eyes were calm and empty as she looked forward. In midair, Okano Soichiro's remains were gradually pulled by the vines and tree roots. Due to the rapid extraction of water and nutrients, the bones that supported his body also quickly lost their strength and shattered. It was impossible for them to resist the pulling force from all directions. In the blink of an eye, he turned from a dried-up corpse to an unrecognizable human shape. Then he cracked and disintegrated. Most of the remains were taken away by the vines and tree roots and sent into the hidden garbage channel. However, some pieces of skin and flesh fell from between the vines and tree roots, sprinkling on the porch and tatami, and some on the edge of Kitayama Yuki's snow-white foot bag. At this time, the advanced AI butler had finally overcome the virus invasion and rebooted and restored its functions. This bit of human tissue debris was naturally cleaned up by the multifunction housekeeping robot that automatically activated. The silent vacuum cleaner sucked away the human tissue debris, including the bit on the foot bag. During this time, Kitayama Yuki did not move at all. It was not until the cleaning work was completed that she got up. However, halfway through her movement, she suddenly could not continue her follow-up strength. Her body went limp, and she fell on her back on the tatami that was already riddled with holes. She tried again, but even her shoulders could not leave the floor. Only her fingers and feet twitched slightly. Even in this terrible state, her beautiful and delicate face still did not change. Her eyes met the ceiling, and they were also empty and unfocused. There was no fear or panic, and there was no aura that a human should have. Chapter 742. The AI housekeeper's simulated personality was that of a mature and considerate man at home. His voice was gentle and gentle. His announcement was done step by step and carried a sense of leisure. However, the main hall and the entrance were still in a state of being riddled with holes from the piercing vines and tree roots. The mistress of the house was lying on the ground. Her body was stiff and her legs were unnaturally bent. Part of her body was still in the position of being violated. Under such circumstances, the housekeeper's announcement appeared particularly strange and comical. There were no cars parked outside this high-class villa. In a practical sense, the housekeeper's announcement was just an announcement that the AI system had submitted to its new master. Nothing more. Following the announcement, the main door of the room opened according to normal procedures. Luo Nan and Yin Lu walked in one after the other. Compared to Yin Li's vigilant and stern body language, Luo Nan was much more relaxed. He even had the leisure to struggle at the entrance. Should I take off my shoes? Even though the housekeeping robot was already working very hard, the uneven-sized holes on the ground, the rubble and burrs protruding from the edges, and so on dispelled his thoughts. He stepped directly onto the tatami and arrived next to Kiddishin Wahui, who was lying on her back. He looked closely at the doll-like, exquisite beauty before him a few times and nodded. "It's her. Does this count as luck or strength?" "Who?" Yin Lu already had some guesses in her mind, but the answer was far beyond the norm. She didn't dare to come to a conclusion easily. She could only beat around the bush and ask another question. The Mr. Kiddishin that the AI housekeeper mentioned. "It's Mr. Kiddishin's car." Luo Nan corrected the key details seriously and considerately extracted the key information from the AI housekeeper system using the external neuron and displayed it through the projection. Anyone with a bit of common sense in this field would be able to clearly distinguish that the reference database in the system's backend was absolutely not a face or a human body's characteristic vector. The code inside didn't have the corresponding keywords at all. What appeared instead was just as Luo Nan said. It was more like a car and its license plate, plus a special electronic signal. Luo Nan spread his hands. Aside from this, Mrs. Kiddishin, the access control system only has that car as its reference data. In other words, other than the AI butler being polite to the mistress, the only exception was a car with a specific license plate and signal transmitter. Then, where was the male owner of this high-class residence, Mr. Beishan, the powerful figure in society that the surrounding residents spoke of? I'll send someone to check it right away. Lu immediately took a picture of the key code and handed it over to the professionals of the order. However, at this moment, perhaps stimulated by their voices, on the tatame, Kitayama Yuahue's beautiful but hollow eyes focused. The low shrubs and half-tall maple trees in the courtyard rustled again. Most importantly, behind the ceiling, walls, and tatama mats, the rattan roots that were brimming with vitality were also leaping about. Learning from Okano Soichiro's mistake, Lu instinctively connects with the Blood Soul Temple in the Abyssal District and interferes in the spiritual and material levels. There seems to be a ring of flame dancing on the surface of her skin. Luo Nan waved his hand at her. Don't start a conflict. It wouldn't be good if the neighbors found out. But this is not something I can control. Lu sensed the vigorous and restless vitality in the surroundings. She felt quite awkward. She was a secretary, so of course she knew that the boss could issue some unreasonable instructions at any time. How to execute them and effectively buffer them was a field of study. The problem was that there really wasn't any leeway for buffering in the current situation. But in the blink of an eye, Lu discovered that she was overthinking things. Luo Nan really didn't have the self-awareness of being a boss. He did things more personally. The youth snapped his fingers. He probably felt that this would make him look quite handsome. After a pointless show-off, a powerful and inconceivable supernatural power drove him. Lu saw the rattan roots that had been accumulating power at the edges of the holes seemingly shiver in unison. They froze for at least half a second before they began to withdraw to a more concealed place. The restless vitality that gathered in the surroundings also transformed into scattered fluctuations that receded into the distance like a receding tide. Mister, that person won't disturb us for a while. Luo Nan squatted down beside Beishan Shuahue. He extended his hand to touch that exquisite and enchanting face. At the same time, he chatted with Lu. It's very normal for a mutant to be powerful. But to be able to achieve a state of symbiosis with all kinds of vegetation within a diameter of 20 kilometers and divide them into orderly levels, they can rapidly exchange information, effectively transmit all kinds of nutrients, and continue to push the level of life. This kind of method already possesses a relatively solid social nature. I've only seen similar examples in the Vulcan ant colony. It doesn't matter if there's someone guiding it during this process. Mr. Jordan Wyman is quite amazing. Luo Nan even used his other hand to pat the tatami as he spoke. This could be considered a friendly greeting to the mutant camphor tree that was currently avoiding this dangerous area. That's right. You give me face, and I won't destroy the vegetation kingdom on the southern shore of Beishan Lake that you've built with great difficulty. You can also continue to be the king and god within this 300 to 500 square kilometer area. Yes, Mr. Jordan Wyman was able to achieve this scale. This was directly related to his low-key and pragmatic attitude. It seemed that he was very good at cooperating with others. He was willing to listen to others' opinions, and he was able to distinguish when to seize the center position and tyrannically abuse others, and when to retreat to the corner to develop wretchedly. He wasn't like the Vulcan ant colony. They relied on their innate talent to forcefully open up their base and show off their operations. No one could blame them for being harvested batch after batch. Regardless of whether it was Luo Nan's explanatory words or the deeper meaning behind his words, Lu had a certain difficulty in understanding them. She could only discuss the matter as it stood. Mister, are you saying that the aberrant camphor tree is playing tricks behind all of this? It controls the surrounding vegetation, and this Mrs. Beishan. Ian cut off the second half of her sentence when she spoke up to this point. This was because she was still unable to explain the problem with Mr. Beishan's car. Luo Nan also laughed. Mr. Jordan Wyman is an expert in transforming plants, but he suddenly jumped to a higher mammal. Moreover, he looks just like a normal person. Isn't it too horrifying to consider this? Yes. Yes. Ian Lu felt that her response was like that of a new graduate. Other than saying yes, she didn't have any other value to her existence. This made her feel a bit frustrated, as well as a rapidly soaring sense of crisis. If she kept wandering outside of her boss's core thoughts, then her job as a secretary would most likely end. She wouldn't be able to achieve the more difficult goal of deepening relationships. This didn't make sense. Ian had always felt that she was a smart and astute person. Even in front of Mrs. Halder, she could still do the work of a good advisor. But beside Luo Nan, when faced with this youth's leaping thinking pattern and his unpredictable temperament and attitude, it was far too difficult to form a response. Could it be that her plan's positioning was still lacking? Luo Nan didn't care about what Ian Lu thought. It was quite refreshing to capture his target in one go, but the follow-up verification work needed to be done bit by bit. His fingers moved down from Beishan Xuehui's head to her neck and shoulders, as well as the slightly exposed skin of her chest, in a circular motion. During this time, Beishan Xuehui, who was lying on the tatami, had her fingers and toes twitching. She seemed to be resisting, but she was more like a machine that had lost its power source. She was unable to complete a complete movement. She could only let Luo Nan do as he pleased. All of this fell into Ian Li's eyes. She gaped, but she couldn't help but think of the problem of having 3 helpers. But right now, she decided to be mute for the time being. After touching for a while, Luo Nan didn't even turn his head. He waved his hand at Ian Lu. "You come touch as well." After a moment of stupefaction, Ian Lu earnestly performed her duties as a secretary. She listened to her boss's words and walked to the other side of Beishan Xuehui's lying body. She knelt on one knee and extended her hand to touch the snow-white skin. Luo Nan pointed from the side. "Don't just touch her chest. Touch her face as well. Don't you feel that her body is a bit skinnier, but her face is a bit more vivid?" Ow. Ian Li's emotions were complicated. She exerted a bit of force with her fingers. This way, she could feel the subtle differences brought about by the different amounts of fat under the skin. Of course, there were natural differences between the face and the chest, but there was no point in nitpicking in this kind of situation. "Are there any traces of a disguise? It seems like you women are very good at makeup." Ian had a tendency to immerse herself in the situation for a moment. Luckily, she quickly regained her composure and spoke in a matter-of-fact manner. "Her foundation is very good. It's just that she's wearing light makeup. It's unlikely that she's using the head-swapping technique. Of course, it's also possible that she's had plastic surgery or wore some sort of prosthesis. It's technically possible, but it needs to be tested." "Tested? Like X-rays or something?" "More or less. If it's the skin and muscle structure, we might need an MRI." At this time, Ian finally couldn't hold it in any longer. She voiced out the conjecture that was previously denied by rationality. "Sir, you suspect that this Beishan Xuehui is that..." Ian Guang was halfway through his words when he suddenly felt his lips and teeth go numb. It was as if an extremely penetrating cold wind had blown through the air. And on the other side, Luo Nan had opened his hand. His 5 fingers closed together as he probed towards Beishan Xuehui's face, slowly moving up and down. Right now, Luo Nan was staring at Beishan Xuehui, and Beishan Xuehui's empty eyes were staring back at Luo Nan's face. The two stared at each other through the palm of their hands. Their line of sight was blocked, and they didn't say a word. It was extremely treacherous and bewitching. "Sir." Ian didn't receive a response. She could only stare wide-eyed at Luo Nan's incomprehensible operation. Luo Nan slightly narrowed his eyes. The mental plane and the material plane interfered effectively. He borrowed the palm of his fingers to build a basic electromagnetic configuration framework. He accelerated the cycling frequency of the electromagnetic wave, pushing it into the field of ionizing radiation in one fell swoop. It formed an extremely short wavelength, extremely high energy X-ray. Under the effective binding, the X-ray continuously bombarded the structure of Beishan Xuehui's face. Luo Nan watched the X-ray penetrate and destroy the skin, muscles, and bones, and he received immediate feedback. Several seconds later, Luo Nan shook his head. The X-ray's penetrative power was too strong for the detection of soft tissues. The detection results weren't that great. MR, on the other hand, involved requirements such as the high-speed switching of the gradient field and the detection of the state of the hydrogen atom. Configuration changes and the precision of the mental senses were all big problems. Oh, it seems like the UV level is just right. What? The absorption rate and the reflectivity are clearly different. This is a sun-blocking prosthesis. What good luck? 10 seconds later, Luo Nan was certain in his heart. He nodded slightly. There really is a layer of prosthesis, but the fusion is quite tight. It looks like a special key is needed. It should be the special characteristics of that person's soul strength. As he spoke, his mind had already cut into the cloud world. He carefully observed the target's soul body over there. I remember simulating it once or twice in the past. Luo Nan's training in the high-end imitation show on the Pacific Ocean had displayed its use. Perhaps Luo Nan couldn't change the essence of his soul, but he could use his outstanding configuration skills to precisely interfere and transform the material and mental environment. He could disrupt the transmission and reception of information, achieving the objective effect of passing off the fake as the real thing. He could perfectly imitate the mode of operation of that old geezer, Gong Chi's soul strength. It would only be easier if he lowered it by 1 or 2 levels. The prosthesis that Luo Nan locked onto was the newest deceived. Luo Nan's suspended palm descended, lightly imprinting itself between Beishan Xuehui's eyebrows. When he raised his hand, Luo Nan's naturally closed 5 fingers had already gently peeled off a layer of marvelous fog-like creation. At this moment, the light and shadow of Beishan Xuehui's palm-sized face were blurred. It was as if a layer of floating mist had been blown away. It was clearly the same silhouette, but the appearance that appeared before Luo Nan's eyes was vastly different. The most obvious change was that Beishan Xuehui's cheeks had become thinner. Her cheekbones were higher. Her eyes had become slightly longer, her eyebrows had become thin and sharp, and her face had become excessively straight. This caused the structure of her facial features to become more three-dimensional, and she appeared much colder and sharper. This was a great change in temperament. She might still be considered a beauty right now, but she had instantly transformed from an elegant and exquisite doll that could be picked up and played with in one's hand. She had turned into a cast-iron sculpture that had fallen to the ground, but there were still remnants of her dignified bearing. It was to the extent that her basic silhouette hadn't completely changed, but she looked like a completely different person. Actually, there was a large difference between this appearance and the spellcaster who had appeared in the form of a spirit body back at Ocean Sky Cloud City. It was probably the difference between quick-wittedness and rigidity. But no matter what, Beishan Xuehui, who had changed her temperament, already matched the image on the information nearly perfectly. Snake tongue! Inlu let out a low cry. She gasped in admiration, but she was even more astonished. She looked at Luo Nan's series of operations in a state of extreme astonishment, especially the bewildering and suffocatingly fast deciphering method in the latter half of the process. It displayed a new special ability that Luo Nan had never displayed before others. The simulation of soul strength was one thing. Though they couldn't understand it, everyone knew of Luo Nan's exceptional talent in the mental side. But how was he able to produce, control, and detect various types of ionizing radiation? This should be an ability that could probe down to the microscopic level. Don't look at this sort of small task that could be easily completed by professional instruments. It didn't matter if it was practical or not. The number of ability users in the entire world who could do it with their bare hands was probably just a handful of fingers and toes. And they were undoubtedly the tight combination of super strength and super talent. They didn't even cross the bottom line of being extraordinary. Any one of them was an influential figure that could shake the entire earth with just a stomp of their feet. Oh, there was one exception. He had died not too long ago. It was Jin Tong, who was buried within the material structure of the Blood Soul Temple. His corpse was nowhere to be seen. It was basically confirmed that he had fallen to Luo Nan's hands. Combined with Luo Nan's special requirements for the energy center, Yin couldn't help but let her thoughts fly. She unfolded a series of complex associations, and at the same time she bore the corresponding throbbing emotions of her thoughts. Luo Nan was stronger than she had estimated. He was much stronger. Chapter 743. Chapter 463. The Truth. What is this? Luo Nan lightly clenched his fist. The strange object in his palm was like a semi-condensed mist. It was none other than the prosthetic body he had peeled off from Snake Tongue's cheek. It felt substantial to the touch, like a ball of fine yarn, but when he let go of it, it could float in the air on its own. Moreover, it could continuously absorb water from the air. When it absorbed a certain amount, he could even hear the gurgling sound of water. When it accumulated to a certain stage, it began to evaporate and disperse. It was very interesting. Of course, the most amazing thing about it was that it could seamlessly fuse with the flesh and blood of the human body under the interference of soul force, forming a layer of natural skin that was transparent from inside out. The structure of the pores, blood vessels, and other structures could all be flawless. It was simply a divine tool for disguising one's appearance. The information on Snake Tongue didn't contain any similar information. However, such a special object was also famous in the inner world, so Yinlu definitely knew about it. It should be the Veil of Concealment. Due to its special material and effects, it is publicly recognized as a strange object that doesn't belong to this era. Luo Nan blinked. This is the Veil of Concealment, the one that is on par with the Veil of Silence in the hands of the Deputy Secretary General of the headquarters, Gong Qi. He had seen similar words when he was tracking and monitoring in the cloud, but he didn't have a deep memory of it. Yinlu was very familiar with it. Yes, the muslin of concealment conceals one's appearance, while the muslin of silence conceals one's spiritual body. It is said that the combination of the two is the complete appearance of the mystical creature. It is said that it can completely hide a person's traces in the world. Even if an extraordinary is nearby, they will not be able to detect it. It can be said to be one of the strongest assassination tools. No wonder. Luo Nan muttered to himself. In this way, Snake Tongue's participation in the hostile actions against him had a direct relationship of interest. Looking at the subsequent developments, it was clear that Gong Qi had only thrown out the bait and had no intention of letting it go. Perhaps he had the intention of fishing back. However, that old thing did not expect that the little fish would be eaten by the big fish after eating the bait. As a result, he was directly pulled into the puddle, unable to struggle out. Luo Nan subconsciously squeezed the mass of mist until his palm became moist and beads of water dripped down. Only then did he loosen his grip. Seeing that he was lost in thought, Yinlu curiously asked, "Sir, what did you say?" "Oh, it's nothing. I'm just curious how this thing was made." It's precisely because they can't understand that they're called not belonging to this era. Many people believe that it isn't a man-made product, but rather a natural product from a plane like the deep blue world, or perhaps a special remnant of a dead mutant. When did the veil of concealment and the veil of silence separate? Well, it seems like it has always been in a separate state. Then how can you be sure that they are set? Yinlu was in a sorry state after being attacked by the curious baby. She could only make guesses. It's probably from the function, and the appearance is indeed similar. Oh. In the end, Luo Nan didn't ask any further questions. He just squeezed the watery muslin in his hand a couple more times before letting go. He let the muslin of concealment float in the air, and his attention returned to Snake Tongue, who had already revealed her true appearance. Yin Lu sighed inwardly. She half changed the topic and half sighed ruefully. Snake Tongue's move is like the legendary painted skin story. No, if it's in Ban City, it should be the legend of the Bone Lady. Bone Lady. It's the folklore of the archipelago. The general idea is that a woman who was humiliated and bullied in her life would turn into a malicious ghost after her death in anger. Because her flesh and blood would turn to ash, only a pile of bones would remain. Therefore, she would use the skin of a beautiful woman to disguise herself and take revenge on men with vile characters. Snake Tongue isn't someone who was humiliated and bullied. Of course, it's hard to say now. Yin Lu blinked. She still didn't quite understand Luo Nan's words. However, she was soon ordered by Luo Nan to search the entire residence for all sorts of clues. As for Luo Nan himself, he remained at the mysterious gate. He sat on the tatami in front of Snake Tongue, his chin resting on his hand as he pondered. Yin Lu, who was searching the residence, passed by the living room a few times. Luo Nan didn't always maintain that posture. He had already opened the virtual work area, observing and drawing Snake Tongue. That's right. He was using Snake Tongue as a model, a continuous sketch or sketch. It was most likely the latter. This was because Luo Nan had changed locations several times in a short period of time. The angle of the drawing in the virtual work area was constantly changing. On the other hand, Snake Tongue kept twitching in place until she exhausted the last bit of her strength. She fell completely limp before Luo Nan's eyes. Yin Lu couldn't help but feel that if she had a video camera in her hands, she would be able to completely record the scene from before. She wouldn't need to edit it at all. It could be considered a horror film. She was really unable to understand Luo Nan's logic. She could only earnestly do what Luo Nan had arranged. She wandered around the various areas of the residence for around half an hour before returning to report. Sir, we've discovered a life support system in the basement. There's also an ice coffin. The reserve nutrient fluid within the oxygen chamber and the automatic circulation system have been completely used up. The ice coffin hasn't been used yet, and there's a curse barrier in the basement, but it has already lost effectiveness. There are also traces of rattan roots piercing through. Some of them were used for coordination, so the traces are relatively old. Some of them were used for destruction, so the traces are relatively new. So, Yin Lu paused for a moment. She saw that Luo Nan didn't express anything, so she continued speaking. So I have a preliminary guess. Snake Tongue and that Mr. Journeyman once had a close cooperative relationship. Snake Tongue helped Journeyman awaken his soul and regulate his energy. And Journeyman provided protection and nutrients to Snake Tongue's body after her out-of-body state. However, Snake Tongue's out-of-body state this time was far too long. It exceeded the normal range, causing Mr. Journeyman, who protects Sakura City, to develop some sort of malice. At the very least, he slacked off in his work related to providing nutrients. Luo Nan didn't comment on the logic of Yin Li's speculations. He just mentioned, there's also the Myriad Spirit Order. Yes, there's also the Myriad Spirit Order. Yin Li didn't make a light judgment on this matter. The clues were truly too tangled. The incantation Snake Tongue chanted was the common prayer of this order. And then Journeyman appeared and killed a high-ranking officer of this order. And this high-ranking officer was someone who cultivated under the tree for a long time. It seemed that he had a close relationship with Journeyman. Then, I'll arrange for people to clearly investigate the situation with the Myriad Spirit Order. Yin Lu inquired probingly. Luo Nan still didn't comment. Yin Lu was a bit confused, but there were some things she needed to report. There's also information related to Mr. Beishan's car. It's a Falcon-class commercial car that people of the underworld like to use. It's parked in the underground parking lot of Ishikawa Real Estate in Sakura City all year round. It's rarely used, and the property does maintenance once a year. There's some truth to the gossip in the residential area. Starting from 4 years ago, the Falcon-class commercial car would drive out for a week every month. Its destination is this residence, but the people driving are different every time. According to the registration information, they belong to different driving service companies. They're hired to do things, and they're contacted online every time. There's very little information left behind. As for the deeper details, we'll look for the hired drivers to confirm. Luo Nan went, okay. Then he shook his head. Mister? Yin Lu was about to be crushed by her doubt into depression. The rest are just insignificant details. Luo Nan extended his hand and fiddled back and forth in the virtual work area. The dozen or so sketches he had done revolving around Snake Tongue in the past half hour were switched back and forth with the movements of his fingers. His hands moved, and he spoke absent-mindedly. Right now, we can basically confirm that Snake Tongue has North Shan Xuehui's identity. She's managed a hiding lair for herself. What role does Wu Weimen play here? What role does the Myriad Spirit Order play? How did that car get arranged? Is the real North Shan Xuehui dead? Or is she Snake Tongue's hidden identity to begin with? There are many details to dig into. The deeper you dig, the more you can see its exquisite and ingenious structure. But so what? Then we're already here, aren't we? All of Snake Tongue's disguises have lost their meaning. Her suspected collaborator, Mr. Zweiman, has also given up on this place. We hold her life and death in our hands. Right now, we just need to cover her nose and mouth, and all of her efforts will turn to ashes. Yin Lu was speechless. It was true that Luo Nan's tone was absent-mindedly, but she couldn't mistake his particularly serious gaze. She didn't doubt in the slightest that this youth would carry out these words without the slightest hesitation if necessary. From this, it could be seen just how intense Luo Nan's hatred toward Snake Tongue was. All of this was because of the building in Xia City known as the North Shore Gear. No, it would be more accurate to say that it was because of the deep foundation of Luo Nan's core, the concept mask. It was a special familial love that he longed for immensely, but was destined to never be able to recover. Yin Lu lowered her gaze. She didn't dare to look Luo Nan in the eye, but Luo Nan's voice continued to transmit into her mind. Snake Tongue has done everything perfectly. Full marks for logistics arrangements. Excellent tactical design. However, she made a fatal error in her judgment of the most crucial link of the overall situation. She didn't clearly see the mission provider at the start. She misjudged the ultimate goal of the mission at the end, which was me. The start and the end were a complete mess. She didn't have a way to deal with a powerful enemy that transcends her scope. Her judgment of the overall situation was naturally abysmal. So what if the details in the middle were perfect? Yin Lu raised her eyelids slightly and her lips parted slightly. She wanted to say something along the lines of Mr. is right. But what she saw next was Luo Nan pulling out different sketches one after another from the virtual work area. Some of them had concrete images. Some of them were just abstract silhouettes. In total, there were over 20 sketches. Right when she was baffled, she saw Luo Nan wave his hand in a casual manner. The vast majority of these sketches in the virtual work area flared with the special effect of flames. Then they were annihilated into nothingness. This was a sign that the system had completely deleted them. Mister. Yin Lu is completely confused. Yin Jian isn't far. You need to take this as a warning. Luo Nan's eyes were exceptionally bright and clear before the flames ignited in the virtual work area. He laughed once more. I was lazy and didn't add the most important parameter. Luckily, I haven't handed in my homework yet. Otherwise, it would really be ugly. Luo Nan spoke words that Een Le didn't understand at all. He stood up and walked outside. Let's go. We need to work overtime tonight. Een Le completely gave up on understanding Luo Nan's thoughts. She just followed him. But when she saw Snake Tongue lying at the edge of the entrance, she couldn't help but ask for instructions. I'll send people to move Snake Tongue. No, don't worry about her. Luo Nan waved his hand, and the veil of concealment, which was floating beside him, was cast back onto Snake Tongue's face. It automatically followed the previous settings and transformed into Northmont Shuahui's exquisite and enchanting face. Even though I don't want to say it, it's really too much of a pity to destroy such an exquisite and ingenious setup. Don't you think so? Chapter 744. Snake Tongue wasn't sure if she was still alive. Her soul had already been in an out-of-body state for over half a year. To be precise, it had been 183 days. A spellcaster's high-precision perception of changes in the world allowed her to be, like a clock, meticulously recording the passage of time. But right now, the only reference for this ability was herself. From the looks of it, the only effect it had was a meaningless record of death. She didn't know if this had already broken the records of the inner world, but she knew that her condition was very, very bad. Perhaps she was only one step away from death. It was still the same question. Was she really still alive? Legends of undead immortals had been passed down in East Asian cultures since ancient times. Although the details were different, the general idea was that cultivators abandoned their fleshly bodies and their souls left their bodies to roam between heaven and earth. Because of this, they possessed inconceivable divine abilities, but the trajectory of their lives unexpectedly drew a parabola. At the end, they fell into the abyss of despair. Perhaps in a few years or a few decades, Snake Tongue's example would be added to the footnotes of undead immortals. But the most likely outcome for her would be the same as the swirling and tearing clouds in front of her. She would be silently annihilated without the slightest trace. One didn't need any precise perception to determine the rate at which a spirit body decayed. Her time approached with each passing day, and her body gradually lost the ability to move independently. Therefore, for the past 2 days, Snake Tongue was no longer like a spirit that followed Gong Chi around in the cloud world. Gong Chi was indifferent to this. The relationship between Snake Tongue and Gong Chi had already undergone a clear change. Moreover, it was a destructive result. On Snake Tongue's side, there was hope and despair, vigilance and numbness. On Gong Chi's side, half a year had passed. No matter how gloomy and ruthless he was, it was impossible for him to perfectly control his emotions at all times. Bewilderment, fear, irritation, and anxiety. These negative elements were like prisoners. Bit by bit, they scattered out and were received by Snake Tongue. Finally, on a certain day, at a certain moment, these accumulated elements broke through the limits of the hope in Snake Tongue's heart. The net of her was finally unable to bear the truth of despair. Snake Tongue erupted. She questioned Gong Chi's lack of progress over the past half a year. Of course, she also questioned the substance of Gong Chi's activities here. Then, the truth of everything was revealed. Gong Chi, this insufferably arrogant extraordinary who seemed to have a card up his sleeve, was actually just a prisoner trapped in this cloudy world. The two circumstances weren't fundamentally different, just that Gong Chi's reliance on his flesh shell was a bit less, and his arrangements for his escape were a bit more stable. He had the ability user association as his backing, and so on. When all these things add up, it's actually a qualitative difference. The difference was so great that it made Snake Tongue jealous. Jealous to the point of insanity. Gong Chi had the ability user association behind him, while she was just a lone wandering soul. She didn't have anyone she could fully trust, nor did she have the strength to back up her trust. Even if she had a grade B cursemancer who was extremely rare in the inner plane, she could only carefully manage her own base between the cracks of various factions. After so many years, She had only managed to find a seemingly loyal, but actually more and more unfathomable, mutated tree demon. She had only managed to build a small, insignificant church with some deceptive designs in the out-of-body state. She could use these designs to last 2 months, 3 months, or at most half a year. There was simply no meaning in continuing to prolong it. She even felt that even if she immediately broke free and returned her spirit body to her body, with her current state, the greatest possibility was that she would die along with her fleshly body. So, I can already be considered dead, right? A good swimmer drowns. The meaning of my life is to embellish those absurd legends, right? Snake Tongue chuckled softly. The emotions she felt in her spirit-body state were nothing more than remnants of human habits. Every bit of these habitual traces consumed a certain amount of energy. Correspondingly, when the energy was consumed to the point where it wasn't enough to maintain the foundation of her spirit body, these habitual traces could only be regarded as meaningless, superfluous, and disperse first. I'm already dead. Snake Tongue came to this conclusion. If she had a choice, she would have already taken her own life. But the current situation was that her spirit body was wrapped in a layer of light muslin that was hard to fathom, the muslin of silence. This reward that Gong Chi had given her in advance had now become a shackle that controlled and monitored her. When Snake Tongue was at her peak, she could still set up a shielding layer to block and interfere with her. But now she was so weak that she had to rely on the muslin of silence to ensure that her spirit body didn't collapse. Conversely, she couldn't make her spirit body collapse even if she wanted to. This strange item was gradually corroding the structure of her spirit body. As a curse master, Snake Tongue could guess Gong Chi's plans. Perhaps before long, she would only be able to continue existing between heaven and earth in a distorted form, like an artifact spirit. This was something she feared even more than death. Unfortunately, she didn't have the strength to retaliate. Why had she fallen to such a state? Her reflection had just begun when Snake Tongue's subjective thoughts intentionally cut it short. She didn't want to engage in these meaningless thoughts. Apart from continuing to consume her soul force, it would cause her to rapidly and continuously approach that pitiful artifact spirit. She emptied her mind and silently curled up under the muslin of silence. She watched the surrounding clouds surge and tear apart before drifting away. Gradually, her mind became somewhat absent-minded. Perhaps dissipating like this wasn't a bad thing. The moment her consciousness collapsed might be true liberation. Snake Tongue was absent-minded and absent-minded. Her mind seemed to truly dissipate along with the clouds in this strange and despairing void. And in the chaotic prelude to the complete destruction of nothingness and the complete arrival of chaos, a color completely different from the white clouds and bloody light she was accustomed to seeped in. It was like splashing ink, instantly rendering the edge of her perception. An illogical change of situation. It was a dream. Snake Tongue had a dream. She dreamed of Sakura City. She dreamed of the shrine she lived in during her youth. She dreamed of the clear ripples of North Mountain Lake. She dreamed of the color of night that blended perfectly with the lake water. Under the hazy curtain of darkness, she calmly walked on a tree-lined road. The cool breeze that blew against her face carried the fresh scent of a fragrant camphor tree in the middle of its flowering season. Zhuo Weimen seemed honest and sincere, but he was a freak that wasn't worthy of trust. It was this point that gave people a favorable impression of him. Mrs. Yamamoto snorted at her. Her face, which couldn't even be supported by hyaluronic acid, was filled with jealousy. Right, she was also Northmont Yuehui. In her early years, in order to conceal her identity, she had personally operated a fake body to satisfy the desires of a few young girls. That was an age of freedom. She could freely switch between 2 identities, and she could casually tease those foolish people who were drowned in money, beauty, and power. Now that she thought back to those days, she felt that they were quite pleasant. But unknowingly, her happy life had ended. It was probably after she became a B-rank curse mage that she began to have even greater ambitions towards cultivation. She wholeheartedly worked hard to climb even higher peaks. Snake Tongue, who was also Northmont Yuehui, had returned home while drifting through her memories. Up until now, everything had been fine. She put down her handbag and bent over to change her shoes. In the next moment, the attack arrived. Snake Tongue was absent-minded once more because her instinctive reaction was completely ineffective. Her defensive counterattack had been completely reduced to nothingness. And what appeared before her eyes was a scene that seemed so real that it bordered on absurdity. That's right, am I dreaming? This dream was so real that it caused one to tremble. Snake Tongue dreamt that Northmont Yuehui was walking like a normal person between the residence and the distorted camphor tree. This was the pilgrimage route that she had planned out. This meant that her fleshly body had already entered the most dangerous stage. She had to accept the protection and energy injection of Georgia Way men. She also dreamt that Northmont Yuehui had been infiltrated and violated. The irony was that the intruder was actually a high-ranking cadre of the myriad spirit order that she had single-handedly created. Georgia Way men had made a move. This was within reason. But it could be seen that after that bastard had seized the life of a high-ranking cadre of the order, he hadn't left Northmont Yuehui any leftovers. And when the chaotic situation ended, only Northmont Yuehui remained in the messy residence. This was her body, which had exhausted the last shred of its strength, making a final struggle. It can't be like this. I have to get up. Snake Tongue had enough of this dream. She could imagine the fate of her body in her mind, but she really couldn't bear to see such a realistic and absurd scene play out before her eyes. At this moment, she merged with Northmont Yuehui and struggled with all her might, even though she knew that struggling in a dream was meaningless. Then it moved. Her fingertips moved. In the dream, Northmont Yuehui was dumbfounded. In the cloud world, Snake Tongue was also dumbfounded. The entire world, regardless of whether it was real or fake, seemed to freeze. Countless thoughts rose and fell in succession. She pushed Snake Tongue to try again and again, but the result made her go crazy. What was this? What was this? If she was watching a movie that had nothing to do with her, if she was only going to endure the torture of the scene, then Snake Tongue would have accepted it. But what was going on with this ambiguous situation? She could control her body and had that tiny bit of reaction, but she simply didn't have the feeling of her soul fusing with her body. It was like she was using a game controller to control a character in a game. Half of her body didn't respond, but the other half sent back clear feedback. It was nothing more than feedback, nothing more. It wasn't any more meaningful than the vibration of the controller. Her soul body was still in a detached state, and her body couldn't receive the warmth and nourishment of the supernatural power. Everything seemed to be separated by a thin and hard layer of glass. All she could do was constantly wipe away the moisture that she breathed out, making the scene in the dream a bit clearer. She used this illusory reality to torture herself a bit more crazily. Apart from this, there was nothing. Nothing at all. Even the tiny bit of vital energy left in her soul body had scattered quite a bit from this torment, pushing her one step closer to the edge of death. Reality and fiction, hope and despair, were separated by a layer of a dream. She nearly lost control of her emotions. What burned was a mixture of impatience, anger, despair, and a tiny bit of stubborn hope. Snake Tongue's soul body was scorched, and she couldn't stop trembling. What's going on? The abrupt sound wave vibration caused Snake Tongue to wake up with a start. Gong Chi's cold face shattered the dream that made one go crazy and despair. This powerful person still maintained the strength of an extraordinary. Even though he was in his soul-body state, his gaze was still as focused as before. Dense clouds of doubt tumbled within. Snake Tongue stared at him until Gong Chi's gaze turned a bit colder. What did you do? Oh, he didn't know. The veil of silence was constantly monitoring her, but she hadn't discovered any clues. Was it really just a dream? This was what Snake Tongue thought and said, I'm dreaming. I'm dreaming that I'm going to die. Snake Tongue suddenly felt that it was extremely comical when she saw Gong Chi's instant bewilderment. She laughed loudly, and her soul body was like a candle flame in the wind, swaying in the violent winds above the clouds. Gong Chi looked at her, speechless. Regardless of whether it was the violent winds above the clouds or the laughter, it was impossible for them to be transmitted to another space-time. However, there were some special psychic waves that possessed even more marvelous radiation and penetrative properties. Fan Lu suddenly opened his eyes in the Lake City region of Earth, which was completely unrelated to the cloud world. He could see that the main body of the world was still dark, but the rampant spotlights and noisy music painted the environment into a nightclub atmosphere. That's right, this is the nightclub. How did I get here? Oh, after sending off the boss, he came back to greet that lunatic centaur. In the end, that fellow maintained a high level of excitement for a long time. He forcefully dragged him and little Zhao, who had hurried over to support him, to the highest class nightclub in Lake City to drink and celebrate. Little Zhao was already hanging in the corner. As for Fan Lu himself, he seemed to have fallen asleep and had a dream. Dream? What did he dream of again? The alcohol stimulated part of his brain to slow down. Fan Lu already had no sensitivity towards the vague memories of his dream. He didn't wait for him to be more clear-headed. A grimace painted with blush, eyebrow pencil, and lipstick suddenly blocked his eyes. The grimace opened its mouth and roared, "Get up and get high! F***CK, what a nightmare! What the hell are you doing, centaur?" That's right. There seemed to be a centaur in his dream. That fellow was messing around in the old base. Fan Lu's thoughts were broken again. In reality, the centaur in the real world was grabbing his shoulder and shaking him violently. The shaking made the 1 kilogram of alcohol that he had just poured into his mouth want to be sprayed onto the ugly face in front of him. If that happened, he would be dead for sure. Fan Lu decided to go out and sober up. He could actually dream of this centaur. If he continued to play with this lunatic, he might take the initiative to drill into the gene modification room. He covered his mouth and waved his hand to push away the centaur. He hurriedly got up and walked out. However, just as he took a step, he was grabbed by the back of his collar and forcefully pulled back. At the same time, another 1 kilogram bottle of brandy was forcefully stuffed into his mouth. Woo, woo, woo! The centaur laughed loudly until his entire face was distorted. At the same time, he didn't forget to call out to the various beauties in the room. "Take off his pants, let's celebrate! Also, whoever gets this guy's belt, no matter how much other venues offer, I will pay them all. That girl will be the queen tonight." The 7 or 8 women in the private room screamed at the same time. The next moment, Fan Lu, who was drunk, was drowned by the pink arms and legs. His eyes rolled up, and his remaining consciousness asked the ultimate question in the world. Who am I? Where am I? Chapter 745. April 28th, 2097. It was the weekend, and the moon was waning. However, it was still a bright moon that did not fall at night. Whether it was on the shore or on the lake, the view was flat. The lake and the sky seemed to be devoid of dust. In Banqing, such moonlight was said to be able to shine through the Beishan Lake and reach the ruins of the ancient capital under the lake. Therefore, many Banqing residents went on a family trip to the Beishan Lake to enjoy the scenery of moon overlooking Mountain Island. There were also people who set off fireworks or took a boat to the lake until the latter half of the night. Thanks to the moonlight, the incense of Mr. Zoe Joe was also very strong these 2 days. The clusters of white flowers on the branches and leaves seemed to be able to store moonlight, which contrasted with the green leaves. It was dazzling. Yin Lu stood on the top deck and looked at the lakeside where the figures were gradually thinning out. Most of them were looking at the special camphor tree. She was only 2 or 3 kilometers away from the lakeside. The person on the shore must have also noticed this. The aquatic plants near the shore also seemed to be very active, rippling light waves in the shallow water. A very cautious guy. Yin Lu had no intention of challenging Joey's vigilance. Speaking of which, it should have been scared out of its wits in the past 2 days. Well, the surrounding residents were actually not having a good time. However, everyone was muddle-headed and forgot everything when they woke up. If you insist on being isolated from the world, then you can't blame others. With a smile, Yin Lu sent a signal to the crew. The Ray yacht turned around. Like a dolphin, it swam on the sparkling Beishan Lake, showing off its skills and breaking through the waves. Soon, it left the trees and stone embankment on the southern shore behind. However, at this time, Yin Li's mind still maintained a vague connection with the other side. She herself did not have this ability. What she relied on was the Blood Soul Temple in the Abyss district. It was through the magic of the Blood Soul Temple that she could collect the restless emotions that were constantly gathering and pressurizing in the relatively vast area on the southern shore of the Beishan Lake. It originated from the dream. In front of Yin Lu, the virtual workspace was always lit, forming a beautiful light color balance with a sprinkling moonlight. In addition, a virtual keyboard was also projected. Yin Li's slender fingers danced on the keyboard as she drafted the letter. Yin Lu chose to use this retro method to sort out what she had done, experienced, and guessed in the 3 days since she arrived in Banqing City. She wanted to find a connection and better explain it to her boss, who was thousands of kilometers away. So far, only 25% of the total budget of the operation has been spent. Practically every item is below expectations. Aside from the basic consumables, this item has already exceeded the budget by 4 times. Mr. Luonan has displayed astonishing efficiency, both in the way he arrived in Banqing City and in the way he acted after arriving. It only took him an hour to achieve the basic goal that he had set in the beginning. All the time that followed was spent on arduous and monotonous cultivation and experiments. Yin Lu finished inspecting the draft from before. She pondered for a bit before continuing to write. I believe that Mr. Luonan possesses a type of talent. There is certainly a logic system within his brain that we are unable to comprehend. I have eliminated words like divinity, omniscience, and so on. This is because I have seen Mr. Luonan repeatedly make inconceivable judgments. He takes a long time to think and then verify things. He still retains the habits of thinking similar to humans, but his methods are very different. Right now, the yacht had slightly changed its direction, and the angle of the moonlight was slightly different. The virtual workspace automatically adjusted the brightness of the colors, forming a faint wave-like fluctuation. The speed of Yin Li's fingers was not affected. On the contrary, when it came to the current domain, the magical experiences of the past few days surged up in her mind, forcing her to not even think about words and forming sentences. She only wanted to pour out her thoughts. I have seen at least 2 different modes of thinking related to Mr. Luonan's thinking. The first one is the configuration of thinking that the order needs the most urgently. I believe that Mr. Luonan already possesses a highly mature system model in this domain. In his eyes, all material and mental structures, including the forms of actions of supernatural powers, can be classified as configuration problems. I have mentioned the complex relationship between snake tongue and the mutated camphor tree. I hope that my description won't cause you any trouble. In fact, the words I use to express myself are merely a clumsy description of the configuration diagram that Mr. Luonan drew. Yin Lu didn't bother to express anything here. She just inserted the 3D configuration diagram that Luonan had drawn 2 days ago in response to this problem as an attachment. The automatic layout effect was very dazzling. Even the plain text seemed to jump. The maze-like configuration diagram didn't show the image of a large tree or a beauty at all. It was more like the perspective diagram of some kind of complicated machine. According to Luonan, the diagram included the dynamic energy of Snake Tongue's body and the camphor tree that was several kilometers away. It also included the interaction of this model with the surrounding environment. They could be direct and orderly arranged. They could be disassembled and reassembled. They could be optimized according to a set of rules, forming a system that was even more closely related. These were all Luo Nan's explanations and demonstrations. Inle could only accept and copy everything. After doing all this, Inle quickly got rid of this domain that she wasn't good at. She began to talk about another matter that she was more concerned about. It was also a peculiar process that she was still pushing forward. As for the second type of thinking program, perhaps you have already seen some clues from the changes in Blood Soul Temple. In the past few days, the emotions of the residents of Banqing have been very restless. The order even took the opportunity to develop a few shallow believers. These changes originated from Mr. Luo Nan. He is using a method similar to the dream entering technique to smear the dreams of the people of Banqing. He calls this method creation. The following is a related work. Inle inserted the second attachment. This was a psychic diagram that Luo Nan had created last night. The scene on the diagram was relatively abstract. From Inle's point of view, Luo Nan had drawn a stormy weather on the sea. The silhouette of a giant ship teetered on the crest of the waves. But the most eye-catching thing on the diagram was the 3 sets of dusky pillars of air. They were like 3 scattered sea tornadoes, occupying more than half of the space in the diagram. Luo Nan didn't deliberately hide his methods. He even took the initiative to invite Inle to look at it. He said that she could interpret it from many angles. This was why Inle dared to pass this psychic diagram to Lady Halder. She even added her own judgment. She didn't try to forcefully interpret the psychic diagram. Instead, she talked about her impression of Luo Nan as a whole. I feel that Mr. Luo Nan has a strange sense of dislocation. He clearly possesses inconceivable talent and ability. He also firmly believes in his own unique logic system, but he often unconsciously underestimates his own strength and the effects of his actions when making specific judgments. With Mr. Luo Nan's perception and judgment, this sort of dislocation shouldn't have occurred. Perhaps there is a problem with the frame of reference he chose. I believe that Mr. Luo Nan is currently facing enormous pressure. From what I've seen, he's abandoned all forms of entertainment in Banqing. Aside from those thoughts that are hard to understand, he's engaged in high-intensity training between the 2 energy centers. He's extremely nervous. He's as taut as a bow. It's as if he's going to fight a life-or-death enemy at any moment. But the horned demons that have been running rampant these past few days simply don't have the qualifications to become his enemy. I'm unable to determine where his enemy is coming from. But the bottom line of my judgment is that it's an extraordinary level character. But what makes me very puzzled is that with Mr. Luo Nan's transcendent status in the Xia City branch, 1 or 2 extraordinaries aren't enough to give him such enormous pressure. Then I consider the secretive nature of Mr. Luo Nan's activities in Banqing. So I have a guess. It's very likely that he wants to face an opponent that he can't reveal to outsiders. Considering the public nature of his conflict with Quantum Corporation and the Order of Justice, it's unlikely that the enemy comes from these 2 powers. Then it's very likely that the enemy comes from within the ability user association system. Of course, it's also possible that it involves some secret interests that can't be revealed to outsiders. This guess can explain the problem of the frame of reference. It can also partially explain the problem of the psychic diagram. This is because Mr. Luo Nan is only considering the extraordinary level, and this is very likely an opportunity that belongs exclusively to us, an opportunity to truly unify our standpoint with Mr. Luo Nan. Should I try to understand this aspect of information during my time in Banqing? Should I make my stance more clear to Mr. Luo Nan? I'll leave it to you, boss, to decide. The letter could be considered to have come to an end at this point. There were still a few words that didn't convey the meaning of the letter. Inle had to correct them one by one at the end. She read through the letter once more, checking whether or not she had missed any key information. But the more she read, the more subtle the feeling became. She seemed to have made some sort of misplacement between the lines of the letter. It was in the aspect of standpoint. Lu was a bit absent-minded, and at this time, the speed of the yacht suddenly dropped significantly. It soon came to a stop. She furrowed her brows. She was just about to contact the head of the crew when a message came from the other side. A strong magnetic field has appeared in the surrounding area. The electronic equipment on the ship has been disturbed. It seems that cruising has arrived nearby. Is that so? Inlu got up, because she was looking down from a high vantage point. Her field of vision was wide. Her gaze moved a bit, and she saw a strange bubble suddenly bubbling up on the surface of the lake in the distance. The surface of the lake began to ripple. Half a second later, under the illumination of the moonlight, a certain shadowy structure that was still very stubborn emerged from the surface of the lake. It floated up step by step. Inlu didn't need to read the follow-up to know that it was a combat machine constructed from flesh and steel. The opponent's body soon completely emerged from the surface of the water. According to the data, the combined weight of flesh and steel should be over 300 kilograms. Its density was far greater than that of water. But this exoskeleton armor, as well as its controller, had never intended to rely on buoyancy. The tough body surpassed the rippling clear water and crushed through the nearly empty transparent air. It slowly rose between the lake and the sky illuminated by the bright moon. It floated in midair. Under the low-power stealth mode, the maglev and jets were always in a closed state. The gloomy, multifunctional stealth coating swallowed and distorted the moonlight, making this combat machine appear like a malevolent and oppressive demon. But the surrounding air and lake water faintly resonated. It was as if it had turned into an exclusive choir, singing together in praise of majesty and holiness. Chapter 746. The 300-kilogram mixture of steel and flesh floated in the air for approximately 20 seconds before naturally turning around and landing on the top deck of the yacht. The top deck wasn't that big to begin with, but it was divided into the sunlight area and the driving area. The latter was very difficult to accommodate an exoskeleton armor, so Luo naturally chose to land in the sunlight area. This squeezed Li's space and gave her quite a bit of pressure. Li didn't retreat. She trusted Luo Nan's control skills, so she needed to display this sense of trust. When the exoskeleton armor finally came to a stop, the protruding blades of the sidearms were only a few dozen centimeters away from Li's face. The powerful electromagnetic field, the mutual interference forces of the mental and the material blended together. The sound of electric currents from the driving machinery and the fine grinding sounds of metal components formed a reverberation, pushing the surrounding air molecules to oscillate back and forth. It made her body feel numb, as if she had been electrocuted. This was the truth. What followed was a wave of heat. The outermost layer of flesh and fascia of the exoskeleton armor was finally unable to withstand the repeated pressure of various forces. It was as if it had encountered a high temperature. It was scorched black, curled, and finally burned into ashes. Lu had seen this sort of situation countless times over the past few days. She was already used to it. She didn't even blink. She stood quietly to the side, watching the components of the exoskeleton armor fall off Luo Nan's body one by one. They gradually returned to being neatly arranged components, and were sealed into the metal box formed by the armor's outer shell. The lid of the box closed, but Luo Nan's body still hadn't truly touched the ground. The tips of his feet were suspended in the air, giving off a feeling of weightlessness. Instead, he bore the weight of an incorporeal and powerful force. He rejected the air, the night, and even all external objects, forming a domain of his own that didn't rely on external forces. Even though his floating weight had been reduced by over 200 kilograms, this method of purely relying on his body to resist Earth's gravity shook Li's mind even more than the previous scene of wearing armor. This was truly not relying on external objects. His fleshly body floated in the air. This was an extraordinary power that humans had always yearned for in their dreams since ancient times. Even though they had entered the era of distortion, this sort of ability was still rare. It was also the most eye-catching, especially since Luo Nan didn't use any shortcuts or methods. Instead, he used his control of electromagnetic power to probe into the fundamental plane of the world. He used the most upright methods to form this legendary scene. Of course, Yinlu was envious in her heart. She had also tried flying before, but it was through an out-of-body state. She couldn't understand the similarities and differences between the two, but it must be a wonderful experience. She didn't need to conceal her emotions. She just stood beside Luo Nan's floating body and let out a soft sigh of admiration. Truly inconceivable strength. If I start learning electromagnetic configuration from now on, will I have the chance to replicate your ability in the future, sir? Of course, this is the most basic requirement. Luo Nan let out a long breath. The tips of his feet finally touched the deck, and the powerful electromagnetic field around him gradually subsided. With your relationship with the Blood Soul Temple, you already possess the basic strength of mental interference with matter. As long as I can grasp the basic electromagnetism configuration and learn some transformation techniques, I will definitely be able to fly in the air for a short period of time. As for combat applications, I am currently learning them. Clearly, someone had chosen the wrong frame of reference. Yinlu didn't continue this topic. As a secretary, mentioning herself was actually a way to highlight the brilliance of the boss. It would be too stupid to declare that she wanted to become like the boss, even if she couldn't help but yearn for it. She changed the topic to Luo Nan's practice schedule. Today ended a bit early. Sir, do you have any other plans? Or do you want to rest early? There's news from Xia City. It's a good time for me to change my mind. News? The coordinates of Grandpa's laboratory are up for auction. Luo Nan was too lazy to form a sentence. He just said a few keywords. He sat directly on a bench in the sunlit area and relaxed his body. There's finally some news from that side. I think they'll send me an invitation in the near future. Yinlu was even more cautious when dealing with such a sensitive topic. Have you already confirmed the auction house? Yes, the Toyama auction house. It's over at Bin City. Bin City. Yinlu nearly said, what a coincidence. But when she saw Luo Nan's unexpectedly relaxed expression, as well as Luo Nan's increasingly deep eyes, she swallowed back her words. She thought for a bit and said, the Toyama auction house has quite a lot of activities in the inner world. After all, the surroundings of the archipelago are rich in mutant species. A lot of special materials are auctioned there. I remember that their spring auction is about to begin. If it's in Bin City, it might not be in Bin City. Luo Nan faintly smiled. If we play a little bit and add some promotional activities, wouldn't we be able to pull more people onto the ship? Onto the ship. Yinlu subconsciously swept a glance at the yacht beneath her feet. She didn't understand Luo Nan's joke. Mister, if you want to raise funds, Luo Nan directly interrupted her. Why would I need to spend money on my grandfather's things? I just want to see who in the world is the one paying for the sound. Yinlu was unable to grasp Luo Nan's emotions and thoughts. She could only say the most correct words. I'll listen to Mister's instructions in everything. Luo Nan nodded slightly and raised his eyelids. He saw that the lights were still on in the work area. Let alone the words on it, the graphics were very familiar. Report to Mrs. Halder? Yes. Mrs. Halder is very concerned about Mister's situation. Yinlu absolutely wouldn't call Mrs. Halder boss at a time like this. However, Luo Nan wasn't able to understand her meticulous thoughts. Luo Nan didn't have any clear interest in Yinlu's manuscript. He raised his head and rested in the sunlit area, adjusting the state of his body and mind. Oh, the moonlight was shining down right now. Yinlu was certain that Luo Nan didn't care about the matter of the report, but she still didn't close the work area. She just gently walked to Luo Nan's side, bent her legs, and knelt on the bench with one knee. She massaged Luo Nan's shoulders to loosen his muscles. For work, like massaging shoulders and massaging back, the most suitable position was naturally at the back. However, the top deck was an inch of gold. The position Luo Nan chose just so happened to be at the edge of the water. There really wasn't any suitable space at the back, so Inlu could only use this awkward position. However, this made them appear more intimate, so Luo Nan didn't refuse. Luo Nan closed his eyes and enjoyed it for a moment, allowing his body, which was suffering from the penetrating effects of the electromagnetic field, to relax a bit. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze didn't immediately focus. Instead, he was dazed for 2 seconds before he focused on the most eye-catching virtual work area on the top deck. In the end, his gaze focused on the psychic diagram embedded within the words. This diagram was the work he was most proud of for some time. The most wonderful thing about it wasn't the information revealed, but the core logic that formed this diagram. Luo Nan had told Lu that there were multiple angles of reference and interpretation, but deep down in his heart, he always believed that the only person who could truly understand this psychic diagram was perhaps himself. This was because this was an intuitive diagram constructed upon the foundation of the developer mode of the mental world. It was also the first time Luo Nan didn't avoid a true enemy. He risked the danger of suffering a backlash from psychic communication to carry out a surveying and mapping survey. Luo Nan's initial clairvoyance on the mental plane was vastly different from the results he saw from other ability users. He didn't see the structure of 3 layers, 1 region, and 1 domain from the very beginning. Instead, he saw a deep multi-layered structure of curtains. Countless curtains fluttered and fluttered within the deep void. They were all independent, layer upon layer, and there was no end to them. However, under the influence of rules and power, several strands would occasionally twist and converge, forming either stable or loose nodes. The vast majority of them were only temporarily adhered together, quickly dispersing on their own. But there were also some that, once twisted together, formed into a dead knot. Brand new rules and laws were solidified, making it hard to separate. Basically, Luo Nan viewed the movements displayed by these curtains as the reflection of extraordinary power on this special plane. Every node that was twisted by the curtains was the result of the extraordinary power of an ability user. It was just like when people explored the abyssal region. Some people were powerful enough to leave behind permanent or semi-permanent solidified configurations in the abyssal region. Some people couldn't even persist for a few milliseconds. Of course, the developer mode of the mental world and the abyssal region couldn't be equated. The former was more like the bottom layer of an operating system. The layers involved were deeper and broader. It was more like the intuitive embodiment of some system rules. Luo Nan viewed this judgment very cautiously, but he would occasionally float. He gave himself the grand title of a man who gazed directly at the truth of the world. This was the first time that Luo Nan's version of the truth of the world was consciously replicated and placed into the psychic diagram. It was precisely because of the display of the information in developer mode that this psychic map showed 3 gigantic sea tornado elements that stood between the sea and the sky. These were 3 powerful extraordinary level enemies that could directly influence the future. The first was naturally Gong Qi of the cloud world. The second was also very clear. It was Luo Yuan, who grasped the dimensional crossbow. As for the third, Luo Nan didn't have a definite target. Instead, he played creatively. He set the target to be the person who drew up the treat, plan, and the power he represented. He didn't know if the other party was an extraordinary or not. But for a character like Luo Yuan to tacitly cooperate with him, his influence could be imagined. Whether it was in terms of ability or power, it was never wrong to look up to someone. These 3 powers formed the basic structure of the psychic diagram. But from the perspective of composition, the 3 sea tornadoes clearly occupied too much space, destroying the balance of the composition. This also hinted at the conflict between Luo Nan, the true creator, and the actual composition elements. Only after understanding all of this could Luo Nen look at the other elements. The enormous ship that was washed to the top of the waves was a key element that had continued from the beginning of this event. There was nothing much to say about it. What was truly interesting was the throbbing lightning formed by the contrast of light and dark between the layers of clouds, the waves, and the pillars of air. They embodied the tension of the storm in the painting. If one were to analyze it in depth, it would represent some sort of conflict, but it would also represent some sort of connection, especially between the two pillars of air of Gongqi and Luo Yuan. The lightning trajectories interweaved particularly tightly. Chapter 747. Luo Nen held a relatively cautious attitude toward the results of psychic communication with extraordinaries. In the past few months, Luo Nan, Mr. Bai, Gao Tianshi, and even Old Yu had discussed psychic techniques. The three seniors had pointed out very seriously that psychic techniques could provide foresight, but it was very likely that one would suffer a backlash. Whether it was in the legends of ancient times or on the plane of reality, psychics who forcefully peered into the secrets of heaven through psychic and divination techniques could basically write a book on the number of psychics who died from a backlash. This was especially true in the current era, where extraordinary powers were manifested. The levels and realms were clearly differentiated. Even though the ruler had its advantages and the CUN had its disadvantages, true experts had their internal logic and external environment integrated into one. They were natural sources of radiation. If one forcefully peeped into them, one would have to be prepared to die from the radiation. And it was very normal for the results of psychic communication to be distorted and interfered with when facing such targets. There were cases of people vomiting 3 liters of blood and receiving the wrong answer. There are even cases of people dying from anger. Whether it was Gongqi or Luo Yuan, they were the strongest people in the world. No matter how low-key they were, the influence of their radiation covered the entire world, especially Gongqi. He was a powerful figure in the ability user society. His influence was even more astonishing. It was no surprise that he and Luo Yuan had intersected or that there was some unclear relationship of interest between them. Therefore, Luo Nen wouldn't come to a conclusion easily. The results of psychic communication needed to be verified. Plus, he wasn't directly probing the 2 dangerous targets. When using the psychic diagram, Luo Nen had intentionally overstepped the iron law of avoiding extraordinaries when using the psychic technique. He had taken the initiative to touch the domain of extraordinaries, but he did his utmost to avoid meeting force with force. He tried to use more skillful methods. He made more thorough preparations. He chose a more suitable and ingenious angle. He also found the most comfortable and smoothest starting position. Snake Tongue and Fan Lu. Neither of these two were extraordinaries, but one was Gong Qi's spirit behind his back. The other was Luo Yuan's driver. They formed a close and direct connection with the 2 extraordinaries. But it was also a blind spot in a certain sense. It looked like a trick, but it was actually the optimal solution obtained by combining all kinds of intelligence and information. Right now, Luo Nen had 2 different methods of dealing with Snake Tongue and Fan Lu. He used a method of close contact with Snake Tongue. However, he didn't have any hope that she could keep this secret. All he wanted was a channel of information that could influence Gong Qi's judgment. However, the current situation was so smooth that he was a little surprised. Let's leave it at that for now. As for Fan Lu, Luo Yuan's chauffeur, he was a perfect entry point. He had been following Luo Yuan for more than 10 years and was definitely a trusted aide. Even if his aptitude was mediocre and he was unwilling to undergo genetic modification, his status was neither high nor low. However, his understanding of Luo Yuan was far greater than anyone else's. Luo Nen dug up a lot of interesting information from Luo Nan's dream. And this was under circumstances where Luo Nen had clearly taken some mental defensive measures. Moreover, although Luo Nen used the psychic diagram as an effective method of gathering and analyzing intelligence, he wouldn't wholeheartedly rely on this method to conquer the world. Once the psychic map had a clear direction and center of gravity, the entire world's mental sensing network would be put to good use. Luo Yuan's senses were far too sharp. Luo Nen couldn't follow him all the time to avoid attracting attention. But Luo Nen didn't need to worry about anything here on Fan Road. Luo Nen temporarily set aside his cultivation. Aside from the news related to the auction, he also received more concrete feedback on the actual scene. Right now, it was early morning in Ban City. Inland, whose city was roughly 2 time zones away. Right now, it was midnight. Fan Lu, the target he was paying attention to, had already been waiting quietly at whose city's airport for 3 hours. Finally, the transport plane from the wilderness had arrived. Fan Lu was involved in a large transaction, and it was a crucial link in the treat plan. Fan Lu personally handled all the procedures of receiving, inspecting, transferring, and so on. From the moment the transport plane arrived, Fan Lu and his attendant, Little Zhao, didn't have a moment of leisure. Separate the equipment and data. Okay, are the appraisers from the Toyama auction house here yet? The transfer vehicle is waiting over there. Our people don't get involved. Let the people from the Toyama auction house handle it. This matter has nothing to do with us from the moment the equipment leaves the transport plane. Everything was busy, but not messy. While the appraisers from Toyama were nervously inspecting the equipment and data, Fan Lu had already finished his work. He let out a long sigh and even had the leisure to lament. I haven't seen these familiar old objects in 20 years. Speaking of which, I actually didn't notice them at all when they were placed in that place. Little Zhao went, but before he could respond, he was rudely pushed to the side. Fan Lu turned his head in horror, but he saw a fellow with a deformed head suddenly jump out. The fellow's long and narrow eyes stared straight at him. Contact the next transport plane for me. I'll go with it. What? Fan Lu didn't understand for a moment. He was even more baffled as to why this fellow, the horned demon, suddenly followed him. Speaking of which, although the transaction with the Toyama auction house was done under the name of the horned demon, it actually had nothing to do with him. The airport wouldn't even notify him of the transfer, but this fellow, the horned demon, gave a rare explanation. I suddenly had some inspiration in that laboratory. I want to go there to verify it. I'll take the next transport plane there. Fan Lu felt his scalp hurt. It's not like you haven't been to that place before. It is not big, and now half of it has collapsed. If such a big transport plane goes there, it will definitely be empty. How can there be another one? Then arrange one for me. Hiss, you know the environment over there, right? I don't need to emphasize how unstable it is. This transport plane is originally rushing for time. They are waiting at the last moment. Now, even if I arrange one for you, there is a high probability that it will be transferred again. You won't be able to find the entrance, even if you go there. Why bother? You idiot, why do you care about me? I was the one who found the entrance. Fan Lu's good intentions were trampled into the mud by the horned demon. No matter how good-tempered he was, he couldn't help but explode. You found it? Ha! As early as 20 years ago, we were there. I was also the one who found it 20 years later. That place has always been under Wu Jun's control. You snatched it. That was also found by me. Fan Lu finally realized that he had nothing to say to a madman, so he could only use the delaying tactic. I have to inform Mr. Luo Yuan first. As Fan Lu said, he turned around to leave, but his neck was clasped by the fingers of the horned demon when his body only turned halfway, and he was forcibly pulled back. As the force penetrated, the blood vessels, nerves, and bones in his throat were squeezed and twisted. His vision turned black, and he almost fainted. What are you doing? Xiao Zhao was shocked. He wanted to come over to save him, but he was kicked by the horned demon and flew 10 steps away. He fainted directly. This time, the appraisal and transfer work on the transport plane was suddenly interrupted. Several appraisers from the Toyama auction house, not far away, were stunned. The security personnel they brought raised the firearms in their hands and aimed at the horned demon who had already lifted the person halfway. The atmosphere was so tense that it could collapse at any time. Damn! Fan Lu knew that the horned demon was a dog. He would turn his face at any time, but he didn't expect the most ruthless bite to bite him directly. His vision turned with difficulty, trying to save himself. The security of the Toyama auction house couldn't be counted on, but at this time he was on the transport plane. Some of the passengers here were the products of the gene exchange. Damn it, with his current state, unless Luo Yuan's attention was on him, there was no chance at all. The horned demon completely ignored the outside environment and the changes in the atmosphere. He only put his deformed and distorted face in front of Fan Lu. Don't you understand? I found it, and I should have special rights there. Fan Lu's brain was already hypoxic. He slapped the horned demon's arm hard, but the latter just talked to himself. These days I have a lot of inspiration, especially when I am dreaming. I can feel some kind of wonderful guidance from those flying fragments. They may combine into the most wonderful answer at any time. Do you understand that feeling? Oh, I forgot that you can't speak. The horned demon finally let go, and Fan Lu fell directly to the ground. His whole body was soft, and he only knew how to cough and retch. The horned demon didn't mind squatting beside him and patted his shoulder and back. I know you are very busy doing odd jobs. It is very difficult for you to understand this kind of mysterious state, so you don't need to waste any more effort. I make a request, and you just need to agree. Everyone can relax. Fan Lu repeatedly chopped the horned demon 100 times, 1,000 times in his heart, but he still had to act nice on the outside. He made his final persuasion with a hoarse voice. You can wait a little longer. In a month, no, in half a month, you will have a lot of time to research. With that baby who is still drinking milk? I'm saying that you don't need to try your luck and find the door. The horned demon's finger pressed onto Fan Lu's neck. I say, little Fan, even though we have been kindred spirits quite a few times, you still don't understand. Luck is my attribute. You don't need to worry about such a boring thing. Give me a definite answer. Do you agree or not? Fan Lu coughed a few more times. He wanted to speak again, but his head had already been forcefully snapped down by the horned demon's monstrous strength. He nodded twice. The horned demon's voice came over. Excellent. Happy cooperation. Thousands of kilometers away, Luo Nan began to chuckle. Yin Lu, who was right next to him, massaging his shoulders, felt strange. She leaned back slightly. Mister? The soft sensation on Luo Nan's shoulders and even the side of his cheeks left. His mind instantly became empty, but it was soon filled with more important matters. You said that you had spare materials for the transmission array you built last time. Yes. Chapter 748. The medium-sized transport plane flew through the night, advancing all the way inland, but in the end it still couldn't outrun the sun that rose from the horizon. The transport plane that flew all the way from Huqing finally arrived at the relevant airspace when the first light of dawn silently spread over thousands of miles of wasteland. From beginning to end, the cabin of the transport plane was empty. Everyone was in the cockpit. Of course, there were only 3 people on the entire plane, the pilot, co-pilot, and the centaur. As a bad customer who forced his way onto the plane, the centaur was self-aware and clearly showed his distrust of the 2 crew members. He was nailed in the cockpit until the transport plane arrived at the destination he hoped for. What was strange was that the cabin was empty along the way and the cockpit was quiet. The centaur, who always had the talkative attribute, actually kept his mouth shut. If one didn't look back, one wouldn't be able to feel his existence. If silence could be accumulated, the transport plane would have crashed halfway due to severe overload. After finally reaching the target airspace, the centaur finally said, "Descend." The transport plane penetrated the clouds and continued to descend. Looking out from the porthole, the slightly undulating red soil of the wasteland below was already the kind that the centaur was familiar with. He looked at the instrument panel on the transport plane and converted the angle of the sun. The centaur was finally satisfied and patted the shoulders of the two pilots. "Very good. Maintain this height. We will hover for a while. Pay attention to the mutants. It shouldn't be a problem for you." As the centaur said, at an altitude of about 6,000 to 7,000 meters, the population and number of flying mutants couldn't be underestimated. Hovering around was not a good choice. However, neither the pilot nor the co-pilot spoke. They just followed the centaur's instructions and began to hover at high altitude. They skillfully avoided several waves of flying mutants that passed by. This continued for about 20 minutes before the centaur finally stopped. "Very good, very agile." The pilot and co-pilot remained silent. As the products of the gene exchange, they were the most capable subordinates and executors. The centaur's praise was completely wrong. Of course, the centaur didn't care. After saying that, he left the cockpit and walked into the rear cabin. At the same time, he gestured for the cabin door to be opened. "I won't trouble you with the landing. Let's have a pleasant cooperation. See you next time." As the hatch opened, the cold and strong airflow from the high altitude went straight in. The centaur faced the whistling wind, closed his eyes, opened his arms, and jumped down without hesitation. Only his sharp whistle was left in the cabin. In the cockpit, a radar alarm sounded. The co-pilot could clearly see through the monitor screen that almost at the moment when the centaur jumped off the transport plane, a huge shadow swept past the bottom of the fuselage and converged with the centaur's figure. Then it dived at high speed. The pilot and co-pilot looked at each other. Without saying anything, they flew the plane back. The centaur, who made a leap of faith from the transport plane, stood steadily on the back of a pterosaur. This high-altitude mutant, known for its ferocity, was uncomfortable with the sudden weight on its body, but it only slightly twisted its long neck and maintained a relatively stable posture. Then it spiraled down. After just 3 minutes, the centaur truly set foot on the sun-covered wasteland, and the pterosaur, which was a temporary vehicle, flew back into the sky and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Deterred by the huge size of this high-altitude predator, dust and smoke rose from all directions in the wilderness. Some of the small animals that were swimming around in the surroundings fled in all directions. Some of them lost their normal rhythm and quickly became the breakfast of the strong. The food chain of survival of the fittest was simple and straightforward. It didn't require any brains at all, and it was most favored by the centaur. He looked around and glanced at this wilderness full of wildness and vitality. Of course, it was full of cruelty. He grinned and stood there with his arms crossed, waiting quietly. In just a few minutes, the pterosaur just now returned. From its broad shoulders, 3 figures jumped down one after another. One of them just landed on the ground, and he took the opportunity to punch directly into the rippling red ground. Half of his arm was deeply stuck in the ground. He then raised his hand, and his fingers had already pierced between the head and neck of a giant viper that was as thick as a human thigh. Red and green body fluids mixed together, flowing on the snake that had been caught but was still twitching violently. Then the snake was thrown everywhere. Amidst the protests of the others, the snake catcher didn't say a word. He stuffed the fat viper together with his own arm into the long mouth of the pterosaur that landed next to him. The sharp teeth of the sharp-beaked pterodactyl habitually scraped the food, instantly turning the venomous snake into strips of meat. When the tip of the teeth scratched the snake catcher's arm, which was even thicker, it did not leave the slightest mark. After feeding, the snake catcher slapped the pterosaur's head, almost causing this top meat-eater that looked like the reincarnation of a dinosaur to fall down. So, the pterosaur soon flapped its wings and flew into the air again. In the blink of an eye, it flew high and disappeared. It felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from the completion of the mission, but it also felt as if it had fled far away. The snake catcher was undoubtedly the strongest among the group. The centaur probably only reached a position slightly below his chest. When the sharp-beaked Quetzalcoatlus was used as a vehicle, it probably put most of its strength on this person. It was only natural that it ate the food he fed. The centaur was quite afraid of this giant. It kept staring at him, and after confirming that the giant didn't say anything else after feeding, it turned its gaze to the other two. Apart from the giant, there was also a middle-aged man who was as thin as a monkey. As soon as he landed, he squatted by the side and fanned himself. His curled-up body felt like it was too small to fit on the giant's shoulder. His actions were extremely jumpy, which was really unworthy of his face that had been through the vicissitudes of life. He stuck out his tongue and shouted, "Hot, hot, hot." His face was red as if he had a heat stroke or taken drugs. The centaur was more familiar with this person, so he took the initiative to greet. "Monkey, how many did you drink today?" Monkey spat, 10 little blue balls. "I was brought over by Fatty Dragon before I could get it. I can turn the earth upside down now." As he spoke, he glanced at the giant, who created the shadow on the side, but he didn't continue. As for the last one, even in the wilderness, he was still wearing a suit as if he had just walked out of a business banquet. A bow tie, a watch, and a pair of shiny leather shoes. Everything about him made him look like a well-dressed person. At this time, the fastidious person looked down at his watch and frowned. "We are about 20 minutes later than the scheduled time. There's no time to chat now. Remember, we are here to receive the secret auction results. It has nothing to do with the centaur. That's why, you stubborn fatty dragon, you should have listened to me just now and released the germs separately. That way, everyone wouldn't have to trudge around on foot. You should know that every minute in the wilderness, the amount of viruses and germs we inhale is more than 200 times that of a big city. And this damn soil." With that said, the fastidious person turned around to leave, but before he could take a step, his shoulder was hooked by the centaur. The two men's faces were almost stuck together. The latter didn't care how disgusted the fastidious person looked and whispered in his ear, "I heard that your good friend, Brain Demon, died. It doesn't matter if he died, but where is Wu Jun or a family that can threaten me? This is your plan, right, flour sausage? Call Jingxin." Fastidious person. Jingxin pushed the centaur away in annoyance. He even used his fingers to wipe off the dust on his shoulder. There are always accidents in everything. We have been trying our best to find her these few days. We even caught 2 of the upper echelons of the small parish for questioning, but Wu Jun seems to have disappeared. Then what about her child? Brain Demon did it personally, but I heard that he didn't even leave a complete corpse. This is an accident among accidents. We still don't know what kind of powerful enemy Centaur encountered. We can only determine from the traces of the Fusang tree that this is a very powerful psychic. Even after Brain Demon used the Fusang tree system to exert his strength, he still crushed him to death like a bug. It's very likely to be a transcendent. If it's a hidden trump card of the Shelua parish, it will definitely be a very terrifying matter. I don't care who killed the Brain Demon or how he died. I only care about where Wu Jun and her child that you promised me are. That child should have left the Yuhol market. You have to know that the surrounding environment is too complicated. So we haven't found him yet. All right, don't be angry. I admit that the conditions I promised you were greatly discounted. The parish will make up for the difference. Jingxin revealed a perfect and sincere smile. You cannot trust me, but there's still Maho, Fatty Dragon, and the Amaterasu parish. After so many years, we should have established mutual trust, right? Centaur stared at Jingxin without even blinking. Jingxin straightened his face and put on a more habitual serious expression. What the 4 of us need to do now is to squeeze out the value of that laboratory before the inexplicable treat plan is activated. This is a bet on the reputation of you, me, and the parish. We have also opened up a connection with the true upper echelons. The dark network auction went very smoothly. We just need to get the rest of the money now. Centaur chuckled. Now that the equipment and information have been dismantled and taken away, without Wu Jun. Even if we can enter the door, there's no way to find the truly valuable things from those fragments. As long as she enters, it's victory. Centaur, my dear friend, you have to understand that Luo Yuandao's laboratory is just the entrance to a huge maze. I believe that in his years of research, there are indeed some techniques that can capture valuable fragments in the equipment he taught Wu Jun, but that is only a limited method to increase the probability. In essence, they are still trying their luck. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the power to protect themselves after 20 years. Jingxin was trying his best to brainwash Centaur with his glib tongue. Fat Dragon suddenly crossed his arms, signaling for the dangerous topic to stop for the time being. At the same time, he said in a deep voice, Chapter 749, 3,500 kilometers away from some inland wasteland. Ban City's time zone was pushed forward by 3 hours. When the first glimmer of dawn appeared over the wasteland, the sun was already high in the sky over Ban City. Today was Monday, the first working day after the weekend. Due to the barbell structure of the city, which was short from north to south and long from east to west, the many layers of traffic in the east and west of Ban City sunk into a busy and congested predicament. Temporary drainage channels were opened on North Mountain Lake. The military and police were mobilized on a large scale to suppress the mutant population on the lake, allowing for flying cars to shuttle through. The humming sound of engines resonated through the horizon. The tranquil and leisurely scenery of last night was nowhere to be seen. During this busy time, the 2 passengers on the yacht drifting on North Mountain Lake entered a working state. The sunlit area on the top deck was supposed to be a leisure area, but it had now become a temporary work area. Whether it was Luo Nan or Yinle, they were both immersed in writing and data. They were extremely busy. Luo Nan had been writing and drawing from the moment he entered this state. His brush moved like it was flying. He sketched one character after another and handed them over to Yinle for intelligence, gathering, and analysis. Actually, the technology of telepathic transcription had long since matured in this era. Luo Nan could completely use the relevant technology to reproduce the images of his mental clairvoyance into electronic information and search it directly. No matter how lifelike the sketches were, they were still separated by a layer. This kind of method affected Lee's efficiency quite a bit. It made her do a lot of extra work. However, the secretary had to accept the willful choice of the boss. Li didn't have any thoughts of complaint in her heart. After all, this was a real-time image from several thousand kilometers away. Even though Yinle knew that Luo Nan possessed the ability to mentally travel 10,000 kilometers, it was still hard for her mind to not be shaken when she truly experienced it from a different angle. It was still the same saying, omnipresent. It was practically omniscient. It was omnipotent. Plus, Yinle knew that Luo Nan's sketching technique was related to his clairvoyance and analysis of his targets. It contained deeper details. Therefore, she didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. She just earnestly sorted out the images Luo Nan drew and organized them. At the same time, she mobilized the Blood Flame Order's accumulated database over the years to distinguish, analyze, and determine the nature of these characters. She promptly reported them. The one in the Jeep, Kevin. Gardner, a self-proclaimed ranger with a B-rank fleshly body. Aside from close combat, he was proficient in all sorts of military equipment, including all sorts of exoskeleton armors. It wouldn't be surprising if he could drive the Deep Blue Walker. We always suspected that he had a military background. But even when we were at our best with the military, we couldn't find any concrete evidence. The person controlling the glider to descend is nicknamed Hua Jian. He's a very famous spirit energy detective in the industry, and he can basically be confirmed to be a spirit medium. Usually he would only take money, but this time his motive was quite suspicious. This barefoot, ascetic priest should be Anthony. Although he did not appear in the mainstream circles of the inner plane, he had always taken it upon himself to spread the gospel. His prestige in the world of religions was high, and some parishes even hoped to confer him the title of saint, making him the main guardian saint of the extraordinary domain. It was said that he had been searching for the holy relic, hoping to find the traces of holiness in the changes of the new era. There are many believers of traditional religions who hold this belief and have even formed a secret organization. Anthony is likely to be one of them. Ian Lu felt more and more baffled after finding the information of the 3 participants. The backgrounds of these 3 people are quite complicated. Aren't the horned demons looking for trouble by asking them to come? They're not complicated and they can't. They don't have the guts to participate in the dark network auction of the horned demons. Luo Nan responded without thinking. His mental sensing network continued to capture the target and focus. He didn't just give the target a quick sketch during this process. Instead, he started from various angles, referring to the information Ian Lu provided, and even starting from the feeling of a split second. He sought to capture the fundamental characteristics of the target. Not only did this fill the living starry sky with material, but it also served as preparation for the future drawing of the psychic diagram. They weren't the only ones. Although they had different standpoints and positions, the horned demons were doing similar work 3,000 kilometers away. They relied on Fatty Dragon's special ability to control the surrounding mutants. This ability appeared to be quite common. Luo Nan had personally witnessed the deaths of 2 ability users of this type. Puppeteer had died to the Devil Ray's bite, and Brain Demon had died even more miserably. They were all like this. Even Luo Nan himself had this type of ability in a certain sense. However, Fatty Dragon, this big guy, appeared to be much calmer than the other 2 who had died. His consciousness seemed to be able to jump back and forth between multiple mutants at any time. It was a bit like when Luo Nan's soul was in an out-of-body state. Mr. Bai had once misinterpreted it as the attached soul state. He could switch back and forth quite freely, seeming to be able to jump back and forth within a radius of 100 kilometers. Even with the restriction of needing a life vessel, Fatty Dragon's monitoring range was the widest that Luo Nan had ever seen, aside from himself and a few other mental extraordinaries. Anyone would think that Fatty Dragon was of the fleshly side just by looking at his build, but his attainments in the mental side were quite deep. Luo Nan took the information provided by Ian Lu and sized it up seriously. Ian Lu explained in a soft voice to the side, providing some unclear details of the information. Fatty Dragon is the backbone of the Amaterasu Order. He is also one of the high-end thugs. He was mentally retarded in his early years, but the true god of the Amaterasu Order personally enlightened him and unlocked his innate talent. Since then, he has been out of control. In a short 6 or 7 years, he has already stably occupied the top 200 of the various inner world rankings, and he is still rising. In terms of combat strength alone, some people call him the Eye of Truth Fairchild of the Order of Justice and the Secret Wheel of Life Master Fan of the Eye of Secret Contract. They are known as the 3 heroes of the Secret Order, and these 3 seem to be drifting away from the core decision-making circle for various reasons. In any case, Fatty Dragon's existence has clearly raised the level of this transaction. Luo Nan nodded. So this person needs to maintain a distance from the horned demon. Otherwise, the other participants will certainly have misgivings. Ian Lu also agreed with this judgment. She then said, "As for the other 2, Monkey Horse was born in the wilderness. He is lecherous and bloodthirsty. He is a notorious savage among the vagabonds. He is also a frequent guest on the official wanted list. I don't know when he joined the Amaterasu Order. This time he probably needs to conceal his identity and give others a surprise attack. As for that Jingxin, it's quite strange for him to have a relationship with the Amaterasu Order. His official identity is a wilderness ecology expert at Hood's Wilderness Laboratory. At the same time, he is also a member of the Ability User Society. He also has a professional technical position at headquarters. I'm afraid that Abner's expression won't look too good when this news gets out." Abner was the president of the Ability Users Society headquarters. He was nominally the representative and leader of the entire world's ability users. Luo Nen had already seen him a few times from afar through the mental sensing network. He could more or less imagine what that person's expression would look like when he said that. He grinned and then furrowed his brows. The Amaterasu order has pulled out many hidden strings. They are completely determined to win this transaction. If they have this kind of determination, they can just take out the money to bid for the bid. They can also directly cooperate with the dark hand behind the scenes. With the horned demon in the middle, they should know each other's background. Yin Lu was unable to answer this question. Luo Nen didn't expect to obtain an answer. He quickly raised another question. How can anyone get involved in the Amaterasu order? Let's not talk about the horned demon. Fatty Dragon's background is simple, but Jingxin is a member of the society with a high position. Brain Demon and Horse Monkey are vagrants of the wilderness. The doctrine of education without discrimination, Tianqi True Soul, is just a random patchwork. There's nothing special about it. Snake Tongue's myriad spirit order can be modified and used without a single flaw. Luo Nen had more or less experienced the atmosphere of the Amaterasu Order's headquarters these past few days in Ban City. The management was really quite loose. Large and small overground and underground orders were allowed to grow in Ban City, the core region of the order. For example, Zhuowei, a mutant that clearly possessed basic intelligence and had already become the core of a small order, lived next to the residential area and allowed them to do as they pleased. It looked quite impressive, but in Spring City, they had to obtain the holy cloak of the Xieluo order as soon as possible. They didn't even hesitate to dig up the foundation of the order. Luo Nen still wasn't clear on what kind of logic they followed, because Luo Nen was racking his brains for the Amaterasu order. The members of the Amaterasu order fell into a rather headache-inducing situation as more and more people appeared to participate in the transaction. Aside from Anthony, Huajian, and Gardner, there were other people approaching from different directions and distances. With so many people, it was hard to avoid some bumping and bumping. F***CK me, Black Mist, that bastard who likes to put curses on people. Back in the wilderness, that fellow tormented me until I peed my pants. The horse monkey was thick-skinned. He spoke of his family's embarrassing past like a fart, but the hatred in his words caused the vast, sunny wasteland to seem a bit gloomy. He appeared in a spiritual body state. Jingxin grasped the main point. This fellow is clearly overconfident. You must know that there are 10 people participating in the transaction, including us, right? The horned demon nodded in confirmation. Jingxin continued, most of the 10 people should be on the mental side. They are scheming against the unsuspecting. All of them have the ability to deal with him. It's all too easy for a monkey to take revenge. Jingxin consciously assumed the position of the brains of this four-man group. He pacified Horse Monkey and reminded his companions of a more critical issue. Pay attention to the motorcycle rider that's following Gardner. I can't see his face clearly right now, but I remember the dagger behind his waist. Cui Qinghe, a swordsman from G-City. He's proficient in close combat assassination. However, he has another identity. He's an Ablatum Knight. Li Taisheng, the Secret Covenant First Ablatum of the Order of Justice, came to Chan City to negotiate. This person was one of the attendants. Before the horned demon and the others could digest this, they heard another question. Who is this person? The one who spoke was Fatty Dragon. He rarely asked a question. At the same time, he used a secret technique to share the image he sensed with his companions. This backpacker, is he part of the transaction? At nearly the same time, Luo Nan, who was over 3,000 kilometers away, locked onto the last person. The instant the focus was completed, Luo Nan's pen tip froze. Chapter 750. The constantly approaching traders made it necessary for Horned Demon and his group to disperse as soon as possible to avoid being caught plotting behind the scenes. Because of this, every problem had to be resolved in a race against time. Jingxin, who assumed the position of think tank, felt that the search efficiency of the Order's database was terrible. 40 to 50 words popped out from the gaps of his teeth before the corresponding information appeared. Wan Ta, the director of the Orchid Town Welfare House in the Forest Wall district of Xia City, the founder of the Order of Creation. Currently, the Order has 27 members and 2 suspected ability users. What the hell? Fortunately, the follow-up information was somewhat valuable. He has a good relationship with Luo Nan. Xie Junping, an official member of the Order of Creation, is Luo Nan's best friend. They communicate frequently. Jingxin raised his head and cast a horrified look at Horned Demon. You actually let this kind of person participate in the auction and even let him pay a deposit. Are you sure that this Wan? Dean Wan doesn't have Luo Nan, Ouyingqin, Wu Jiong, or all of them behind him. Horned Demon was also horrified. Are you kidding me? I didn't allow the IP of Xia City to join at all. This Dean Welfare House must have used some sort of method. Horse Monkey had a big heart. He even comforted the two. Xia City isn't a monolithic block. The information that flows out from there every year is worth at least $1 billion. Who knows how many so-called insiders have gotten rich? Look, isn't Horned Demon the living proof? Horned Demon and Jingxin ignored him. Jingxin asked Fatty Dragon, "Are you sure there's no one hiding behind this guy?" Fatty Dragon said in a muffled voice, "He himself is very troublesome. He has already sensed the surveillance carrier." The gazes of the few people intersected before finally focusing on Horned Demon. Horned Demon was silent for about 3 seconds before he burst out laughing. If Luo Nan was called over ahead of time, many people would have very interesting expressions. But from my point of view, that kid would rather kill his way over than let an inexplicable person come over to scout the situation. Xia City has a lot of plastic brotherhood. Don't rush to a conclusion. The current situation is very complicated. It's much more complicated than we imagined. Jingxin went through the information of the participants again. The more he thought about it, the deeper the waters were. However, it was impossible to turn back now. Otherwise, evacuation would be a big problem. There's not enough time. Let's disperse first. Fatty Dragon, set up the communication network. Everyone can contact each other at any time. First, do the work on the surface. Then, we can sort out the rest step by step. This was the safest way, and it was also the last resort. Other than the Centaur, the 3 members of the Amaterasu sect covered their tracks. With the support of Fatty Dragon's huge sensing range of nearly 100 kilometers, they staggered from the direction of the people coming from each direction. The Centaur stayed in the same place. He first pondered, then he squatted down and grabbed a handful of red soil from the ground. There was still the body fluid of the snake that was killed by Fat Dragon. He stuck out his tongue and used the tip of his tongue to roll up the mixture of soil and viper gravy. He tasted it carefully and swallowed it. An ominous, fishy smell. Malice is approaching. The Centaur's mood became a little anxious. He stood up and walked around the hole made by the fist on the ground several times. As a psychic, he tried to pinpoint the source of the malice. But his spiritual compass seemed to have been blown away by a strong wind. It was inaccurate. For such a situation to occur, it was either that the other party's strength was far above his, or that there was more than one source of malicious intent, or both. Either way, it was far from what he had expected. The Centaur stretched out his hand, and the limbs in his vision were trembling slightly. We're all in place. We're turning back. Jingxin reported the latest situation on behalf of Fatty Dragon, who is not good with words. The light spots on the glider should be able to capture your position. Gardner, who is in front, will arrive in about 15 minutes. The black fog is also trying to sense from afar. Are you ready? The Centaur was still looking at his arm. After a few seconds, he grinned. It doesn't feel good. However, when I think about how they have to search for the laboratory door from scratch, I feel a lot better. Jingxin ignored the crazy words that followed and voiced his opinion. I don't feel good either. Apart from us, half of the remaining 6 people had powerful backgrounds or were suspects. This looked more like the inspection of the goods before the auction. Before you exposed your information, the real seller would have already sold the entire process to the last detail. Centaur, my old friend, you might be dancing in the palm of someone else's hand. I hope you don't drag us into it. F***CK. No matter what, it was impossible for the centaur to back down now. Just as he was speaking, the people participating in the transaction were arriving one after another. He had already seen the dust stirred up by Gardner's off-road vehicle and the trajectory of the light spot's glider hovering in the air. In other directions that he could not see, layers of complex thoughts were surging up. Just as he predicted with his psychic connection, there was a serious lack of goodwill. About half an hour later, all the participants in the transaction had arrived at the location where the centaur was. Different people, the same scrutiny, and the natural resistance and pressure in the unfamiliar environment and atmosphere of suspicion caused everyone to naturally distance themselves. They were scattered in an area with a diameter of nearly 100 meters, only surrounding the centaur in the middle. The 3 people from the Amaterasu cult showed no flaws. They were scattered in different directions, intertwining with the other 6 people. Those who knew each other, like Jingxin and Cui Qinghe, nodded to each other. Those who hated each other, like Ma Hou, looked ferociously at the black mist, as if he wanted to devour it. This was not a disguise, but a performance of his true colors. But in the end, all the focus was on the centaur's head, which made the deformed skull in front of his forehead ache. The pressure was huge, but the more it was like this, the more excited the centaur became. In this state, the centaur's craziness was finally completely stimulated. Under his feet was the red earth wasteland covered with wrinkles, but it felt like he was standing on the glorious stage of an opera house. He didn't deliberately face anyone. Instead, he chose to turn his back to the sun, allowing the rising sun to gild his body. Then he began his speech. Everyone, it's a pleasure to meet you here. Logically speaking, I should have given a passionate speech, but based on the foundation of our relationship, there was basically no need for that. As I have written in advance in the instructions for the secret visit auction, this is a transaction of one is willing to take the hit and the other is willing to take the hit. In this transaction, I may be a shameless robber, but I may also be an idiot who buys the casket and returns the pearls. You may spend a huge sum of money to pay the deposit, but you may also find a treasure that will make people envious. At the end of the day, this is a transaction full of gambling. It is an exciting and unhealthy relationship. So, I must say the ugly words first. I must confirm again that you all already understand the background of this transaction. At this time, Gardner, who was wearing a leather coat and sitting on the hood of the off-road vehicle, raised his hand like a good student, indicating that he had something to say. The centaur gestured for him to speak. Gardner's skin was a weather-polished dark red, and he wore sunglasses. His whole body was dark under the sun, but when he grinned, his teeth were white and very eye-catching, and his words seemed to be even more attractive. The background you're talking about, are you referring to the lucky incident of being a flag-waving minion, but accidentally signing the final large auction commission agreement? As soon as he said that, sparse laughter came from all directions. Some were serious and some were not amused, and the people who laughed included Jingxin and Horse Monkey. What King, good acting skills. The centaur's cheeks twitched twice, and his eyes slid across Gardner's face like a venomous snake. The latter still maintained a bright smile, not caring at all. It was also at this moment that on the Amaterasu Parish's secret communication network, Jingxin once again announced that his judgment was correct. Look, this is basically an inspection team. Perhaps behind these people are the buyers who are prepared to pay in that damned auction. After mocking the centaur impudently, Horse Monkey locked onto his enemy again and chuckled. I don't know about the others, but that guy from Black Fog, unless he transforms into the world's top actor in his spirit body state, I dare to swear that this guy's gambling addiction must have flared up and he just barged in. He doesn't know the twists and turns inside, so now he's stupid, and the frequency at which he detects others at the mental level has increased several times. Is this good news? Jingxin reluctantly responded out of friendship. Of course it's good news. I think he's now a little girl who's been stuffed into a men's prison. What a perfect test subject. We have to keep him. Don't scare him away. The centaur didn't comment on this. He had his own thoughts and rhythm of speech. Therefore, he could endure the ridicule around him and maintain a basic commercial face. It's good that everyone understands the background and has expectations. It can save me a lot of saliva. But according to the most basic professional ethics, no matter what kind of cognitive standpoint you have, I still have to emphasize the essence of this transaction. The opportunity one provide you is just to taste the so-called fresh flavor before the real carnival of capital. And your bid won't get real goods and services. What you get is only an opportunity, and it's an illusory opportunity. Maybe you're lucky enough to reach the sky in a single bound. Maybe you're unlucky enough to have the corpses dealt with later. At this moment, someone spoke again, but his voice was a little strange, because it was Black Fog who spoke. As the only participant who came with a spirit body, he was like his name, like a dark cloud that had sunk to the ground. At this moment, he was using his mind to interfere with the material level, vibrating the air molecules to form a voice. You don't have to be so secretive. I just want to ask, as long as you pay the balance, can you enter Luo Yuandao's wilderness laboratory to explore and search? The information and items found inside can also be taken away at will. Before he finished speaking, Black Fog's heart sank, because at this moment more than a dozen gazes shifted over at the same time, and there was a subtle change. Black Fog was a senior B-level powerhouse after all, so he didn't lack experience and scheming. From his point of view, the changes in the gazes of the people around him, even if there were some differences in the details, were similar in essence. There was no need to be precise. Just working together itself was tantamount to excluding him, and it also confirmed the guess in his heart. He had stumbled into a deadly vortex. Maud was annoyed. It was also his fault for getting carried away by the recent, abnormally popular formatting theory, cage theory, and configuration theory. When he heard that it was the possible origin of these theories, he excitedly paid the deposit, thinking that it was a gamble to cut the queue, but he forgot to refer to similar incidents, which were all earth-shattering. This was not a place for a small investor like him to mix in, not to mention he had encountered a troublesome old enemy like Ma Ho. Bad luck! Bad luck! Bad luck! Black Fog already had the intention to retreat. At this moment, the horned demon also responded lazily. I've said before, it's just an opportunity. In fact, your luck wasn't too good at the beginning. There was a small problem with the extra benefits I prepared for you, so I had to cancel it. This also caused us to have to put in more effort to enter and exit Luo Yuandao's laboratory. Black Fog couldn't go around with the horned demon anymore, but he couldn't step too deep either. He could only act appropriately and pretend to be anxious. Speak human language. Where is Luo Yuandao's laboratory? The horned demon's expression didn't change. It's right where I'm standing, within a radius of 300 kilometers. Black Fog didn't even need to pretend. His spirit body was greatly shaken, and the sound wave formed by interference was like a loudspeaker buzzing, "You tricked us!" with a radius of 300 kilometers. This is the area of a large metropolitan area. You want to play hide-and-seek here until the end of time? I've said it before, one is willing to take the hit, and the other is willing to take the hit. Damn it, you're going to scare this coward away! Ma Ho scratched his ears and cheeks as he watched from the side. He couldn't help but forcefully correct the horned demon's words through the internal communication network. Jingxin persuaded Ma Ho to maintain restraint. Black Fog has long wanted to run. It's useless to be tactful. Besides, it doesn't matter if he runs away. You can chase him back. If you feel that your strength isn't enough, I think Fat Dragon will be happy to help without affecting the mission. He has always had an appetite for this kind of spirit body. Fat Dragon didn't respond. As for the horned demon, he seemed to be looking back. He raised 3 fingers and made an oath. I can swear with the spiritual perception of a psychic that Luo Yuandao's laboratory is indeed in this area. However, it is affected by a special force and drifts erratically. However, it is definitely traceable. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to go to the auction. I will inform you of this news and join the search team. If it is found, I will share it with everyone for free. Having said that, he chuckled again. Actually, after finding it, it can't be hidden. At present, the laboratory's anchoring device has been dismantled and transported. If you want to open the gap, the collision of space-time and the interaction between the mental and material levels will be very spectacular. You should be worried that the Toyama auction house will come back for trouble instead of wasting precious time and doubting my information. The horned demon's solemn vow still showed a certain degree of persuasiveness. However, no matter what he said, Black Fog would never stay here. At this moment, the horned demon's pointed words also came over. Anyone can leave at any time, no problem. However, as stated in the event description, the balance is not collected and the deposit is not refunded. Diagonally opposite, the psionic detective Hua Jian, who had been silent since he arrived, also raised his hand, indicating that he had a question to consult. F*CK the deposit. F*CK, the F*CK opportunity. Black Fog directly retreated, and the horned demon answered the question. This was the best opportunity to leave. Didn't Maho, that son of a bitch, stared at him with venomous eyes? His decision was obviously correct. Just as he retreated, Maho's figure in the distance jumped as if he was about to chase, but he forcefully stopped with an unwilling expression. Such a reaction made Black Fog's heart turn cold. This son of a bitch has an accomplice. Otherwise, with that temper, how could he hold back his fierceness? Without time to rejoice, Black Fog used the advantage of the spirit body's high-speed flight and retreated with all his strength. In a short time, he escaped hundreds of kilometers away. This should be a safe distance. Among that group of people, there were no extraordinaires who could spread the sensor network over hundreds of kilometers. Black Fog relaxed a little when he didn't see the enemy chasing him. He temporarily slowed down and diverted his attention to plan his next move. At this moment, a shock wave suddenly cut through the void. It was so strong and sharp that even his mind was in turmoil, giving him a fright. An expert had crossed the border. The shock wave came and left abruptly. Although it was strong, it left no traces. However, there was a penetrating and sharp intent that went straight to the depths of his spirit body. This wasn't an illusion. Black Fog seemed to be hit by a strong beam of light in an instant. The light shone through the bottom structure of his spirit body, and he felt that there was almost no privacy. Such an impact, if it landed, would definitely be a first-class spiritual killing method. Even in the out-of-body state, Black Fog evoked a hair-raising memory of his physical body. His spirit body froze in the air for almost a minute. After confirming that he was not injured, he finally knew how to think. Which deity had arrived? Looking at the direction, he should be going to the horned demon's side. Forget it. It's just a passing. It has nothing to do with me. Black Fog was sure that today was the day of his great misfortune. Everything was inappropriate. He couldn't stay any longer, so he suppressed all distracting thoughts, calmed his mind, and fled far away without looking back. After Black Fog fled for another 10 kilometers, a raven commonly seen in the wilderness arrived late. It arrived above the area where Black Fog had been stunned for a long time. It circled several times but found nothing. Fuck, he ran away. After Monkey got the news, he didn't have the mood to hide anymore. In front of everyone, he stomped his feet heavily. However, no one paid attention to him. Most people were communicating with the horned demon about the details of this transaction, preparing for the so-called gambling on luck later. Monkey wanted to vent again, but Fat Dragon suddenly updated his message. Seems to be still there. Huh. Fat Dragon rarely spoke with uncertain words and tone, so Monkey didn't dare to easily interpret it. He cautiously confirmed, "Who is still there?" Chapter 751. What an inexplicable fellow. 3,000 kilometers away at Beishan Lake in Ban City, Luo Nan rapped on the table, issuing a ridiculing evaluation. Yin Lu, who was combing through the information, raised her head. "Which one?" "It's that black mist. It's a perfectly fine soul body, but it's turned into billowing smoke." Sir, the soul body of our order of black mist is actually... That's the inevitable result of the interference between soul strength and the body. But this fellow is purely using a smokescreen. He's deliberately mystifying. He's got nothing better to do. Luo Nan slapped the table. He wouldn't tell Yin Lu that he was vexed because he needed to expend extra brain power to imitate this meaningless appearance. It was also because of this emotion that he could not stand the Black Fog's methods in other aspects. So he had to refute it. Luo Nan hastily drew a simple diagram in the work area. He grabbed the key link and fiercely criticized it. In essence, the soul-body state of the black mist was a disturbance wave that continuously radiated outwards, causing the order of the surrounding mental and material structures to go out of harmony. Therefore, it was chaotic and disorderly. There were no rules to speak of. The more it was like this, the more the core of the soul body needed to maintain a balance. The black mist adopted a method of chaos on the outside, but tranquility on the inside. There were two layers, the surface layer and the inside layer. The surface layer could toss about freely, while the inside layer was calm and tranquil. The advantage of this was that it was relatively stable. It wouldn't turn into a lunatic from the backlash of the chaotic disturbance waves. But the chaotic and disharmonious fluctuations flowed on the surface. The intensity of the interference between the mental and material planes couldn't rise. The information says that the black mist is proficient in curses. It's not good at attacking fortifications. This is the problem it was born with. This fellow really should study the knowledge of configuration in depth. He also needs to improve his courage and insight. What's the point of compromise and balance? Put more effort into the domain of real logical configuration. It seems chaotic, but it's stable. It seems moving, but it's static. Realize a kind of dynamic balance like a storm vortex. Won't its power increase instantly? This way, it's easier to form a resonance with the storm of the abyss region. You're using the wrong frame of reference again. Yin Lu didn't dare to say the words of ridicule in her mind. She didn't quite understand why Luo Nan wouldn't let go of the black mist, but she didn't have the obligation to plead leniency for this complete stranger. Luo Nan's criticism didn't affect him from doing proper business. Right now he was comparing the structure of the black mist soul body. He imitated the disharmonious disturbance wave state vividly. As for whether the inner layer would choose static or dynamic, there was no need to think too much. He would definitely strive for perfection. In any case, the people outside all felt the same. Well, without the corresponding dye, the color of the black fog is a little lighter. I hope it won't be seen through soon. Soon, the black fog spirit body reappeared on the wasteland, and the simulation was 70% to 80% similar. Of course, this imitation was an interference creation of the soul cloak, a tool that could be remotely controlled. It was still fundamentally different from an out-of-body spirit. The work was a little rough, but the timing wasn't bad. Just as the imitation was completed, the raven that acted as a surveillance carrier flapped its wings and flew past. Luo Nan originally didn't want to be in such a rush. He had already sent Yin Lu to purchase raw materials. He was prepared to make Rue Wen go through the trouble of setting up a transmission array in this wasteland and teleporting her fleshly body once more. This way, He could lock onto the coordinates of his grandfather's laboratory and conduct solid research and exploration. However, the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. The centaur actually married 2 people. After selling the official coordinates to the Toyama auction house, he squeezed out the remaining value from it and fooled a group of people to come over. Luo Nen certainly couldn't just sit and watch. It was a coincidence that he chose to enter as the Black Fog. He also had some helplessness. Coincidentally, this black fog was more suitable for him to temporarily impersonate. He didn't need to go through the link of the transmission array. He was helpless because of Dean Wan Tawan's sudden appearance. Luo Nen still didn't understand why Wan Tawan would meddle in this matter. However, he was fully aware that this staunch materialist sensitivity towards the changes in the material world was simply outrageous. The condensation ring as the foundation of the soul cloak had an effect on the water molecules in the surrounding environment. Others couldn't sense it, but it had already attracted Dean Wan's attention, just like Luo Yuan did a few days ago. Luo Nan still wanted to cover up a bit before clarifying Dean Wan's position. The necessary and unnecessary disguise was completed, but Luo Nan was a bit vexed for a time. What should he do next? The standard answer was to find the entrance to his grandfather's laboratory, to explore and protect it. However, the current situation was that Luo Nan had started searching long before he could analyze and impersonate the black fog. Luo Nan had already done several rounds of investigations while the centaur was spouting nonsense. Presumably, none of the participants were like him. Their perception could easily cover a radius of 300 kilometers. However, the preliminary investigations didn't yield any results. Luo Nan was worried that the centaur was talking irresponsibly. The radius of 300 kilometers was just an imaginary number. He expanded it by another 200 kilometers. Within 1,000,000 square kilometers from the stratosphere to nearly 100 meters underground, Luo Nan had practically searched the entire area. However, he still didn't find any traces of a laboratory door. Actually, this was the source of Luo Nan's vexed mood. The centaur's speech and explanation were nearing the end. Right now, he was using Cui Qinghe's question to make a conclusion about Luo Yuandao's wilderness laboratory. I believe that this laboratory is very likely to be a half-plane. I don't need a noun to explain something like this. It's more or less similar to the deep blue world or the Pacific Ocean right now. Of course, the scale can't be compared at all. You can view it as a cave, but there's no mountain base. There's only some sort of space-time depression or remnant. The centaur created his own noun without any burden. He cackled. I can't say more about the specifics. When we get there, we'll see if we understand. If we don't understand, then we don't understand. I just want to emphasize once more, even if we get lucky and find the entrance to the laboratory, we lack the anchoring equipment. The door is unstable and the space is unstable. We can be ejected at any time. We can also disappear or die. I won't be responsible for the consequences that occur. What are you blindly blabbering about? If we keep messing around, that fellow Black Mist will really run away. Horse Monkey was really impatient. He chattered endlessly on the internal communications network to vent his frustration. Since he didn't run away before, he definitely won't leave now. On the internal communications network, Jingxin once again cooled down the agitated Horse Monkey. Right now, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that the laboratory door, which should have been easy to enter, has been buried in the hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of wasteland. We need to seize the time to dig out that door and stuff all these people in. That's the right thing to do. These people, you said it yourself. Each and every one of them is here to inspect the goods. Can we really get rid of them? Even if it's the previous plan, there's no need to get rid of all of them. Besides that fellow Black Mist, you said that he's a perfect experimental subject. It's rare to have such a good target. If he's ruined by you, why don't you report this to the Pope and the true deity? Horse Monkey fell silent, but at this moment Horned Demon, who was supposed to be giving a generous speech, seized an opportunity to interrupt the discussion. "I've heard of that fellow, Black Mist. He's a super coward. He wasn't lying when he said that he was leaving. Now that he has run 100 kilometers away, he has stopped. Perhaps he has discovered something new?" Horse Monkey and Jingxin's eyes lit up. Horned Demon split his attention as he discussed in secret while wrapping up his speech. He clapped his hands and said, "Time is precious. It's time to test everyone's luck. I'll also reveal some information to everyone. It can be considered an advertisement. The Toyama Auction House's spring auction is on the 13th of next month. It's said that it will be held in some high seas. Therefore, in theory, the maximum time limit for our search and research is about half a month. Yes, it's hard to say if Toyama will intervene midway to preserve its value. It's fine as long as everyone has a plan." During this time, Jingxin asked Fat Dragon about the situation of the Black Mist, to which the latter simply replied, "I don't know." "No matter what, it's a clue. Don't make it too obvious. Horse Monkey, charge ahead. I'll run a little further and flank him." Jingxin was still giving commands on the communication network, but when Horse Monkey saw that Horned Demon had finally wrapped things up, he eagerly ran in the direction where the Black Mist had left. Slightly later than Horse Monkey, Gardner, Chingha, and the others also agreed with Horned Demon's statement. They boarded their respective vehicles and prepared to carry out the search. Of course, Horned Demon's proposal to delay the final payment was also a very important factor. Gardner deliberately chose to pass by Horned Demon, parked the huge SUV in front of Horned Demon, and asked condescendingly, "What I'm more interested in is the extra benefit of a small situation that you mentioned. What is it?" Horned Demon replied instantly, "A key." "A key to open the door?" The specific form is a woman who has the ability to lock onto and open this door. Horned Demon's words nearly scared Jingxin, Horse Monkey, and the others, who were more than 10 kilometers away. They all sent messages on the communication network. "Are you crazy? Don't speak without thinking. Wu Jun is a very precious and exclusive resource. With her in hand, we can figure out many secrets. However, she only has half a month left on her shelf life. After the Toyama Auction House's spring auction, the secrets inside will be dug out in front of the world's top factions sooner or later. What's the use of grasping it? Is there enough time? Or is the parish preparing to bid? Or do you really think that the goddess of luck is my lover and that you can get her easily?" Horned Demon's words choked Jingxin and Horse Monkey. With Fat Dragon not expressing his stance, no one could stop him. On the SUV, Gardner's interest was piqued. "Do you have more detailed information?" "Of course." Hua Jian, who had been wandering around, turned back at some point in time and joined the conversation. "I also wish to obtain a piece of information to satisfy my curiosity." "Me too." Chingha's motorcycle also drove over. Horned Demon chuckled. "No problem, no problem. Everyone who sees it has a share." The information transfer was quickly completed. Gardner was satisfied. He stepped on the accelerator, and the SUV stirred up a cloud of dust as it brushed past Horned Demon. He laughed and gave a thumbs up. "Happy sharing." Horned Demon stood like a nail in the flying dust, staring at the SUV in the distance. The smile on his lips did not diminish, but it became more and more distorted. Chapter 752. Scourge. Horned Demon was a natural scourge. Luo Nan finally determined the nature of Horned Demon. He had been keeping an eye on Horned Demon all the way here. He believed that he had a general idea of what was going on in Horned Demon's mind, but he never expected that Horned Demon's desire for revenge would be this deep. Horned Demon was already here, but Wu Jun was still unforgiving. He was clearly the one chasing Horned Demon, but now it seemed as if Horned Demon owed him a blood debt. Wu Jun and the Xia Luo order were already in dire straits when facing the colossus that was the Amaterasu order. If the powers behind Gardner, Huajian, and the others joined in, it would be hard to say how Wu Jun would respond. Polio, who was in Spring City, only had Yan Fen by his side. The complex geographical environment around the Yuhol market wasn't enough to help them stay far away from danger. Speaking of which, Horned Demon was admittedly a madman, but his thoughts weren't limited to one place or one region. Instead, he could casually jump out of a rut and think about problems from the big picture. Perhaps the thoughts of a madman were more divergent, or perhaps he wished for the world to be in chaos. Luo Nan's 10 fingers crossed as he muttered to himself under the sunlight. Her Majesty Empress Wu's theory of being a match for 10,000 had awakened him early on, and he had the support of the mental sensor network that covered the entire world. His foundation was deep and broad, but Luo Nan had been affected by the counterexample of Snake Tongue in this series of events. Only then did he suddenly realize that he wasn't afraid of the danger of being devoured by extraordinaries. Compared to Horned Demon, Luo Nan seemed to be lacking a reckless spirit. Horned Demon wasn't the least bit afraid of adding variables to the situation. Rather than saying that he was naturally close to chaos, it would be better to say that this was the usual way of thinking of psychics. After all, psychics always had the talent and self-confidence to pluck clues from chaos. Of course, this was an implicit way of saying it. Looking at it from a different angle, it could be described as a headstrong person who couldn't see the big picture. If he couldn't come up with a logical and rigorous plan, then rolling in the mud with the enemy would be pretty good. During this process, he could use his rich combat experience to overwhelm the enemy. Yes, he had learned to move. It could be said that when 3 people walk together, there will always be a teacher. Luo Nan didn't fly into a rage out of humiliation from being taught by Horned Demon. On the contrary, the frustration from not being able to find the door to the laboratory had shifted quite a bit. That's right, it was a transfer. Luo Nan's inspiration was stimulated by the muddy pond technique of the Horned Demon. It also spurred his emotions. Accomplishing things was hard, but destroying things was far too easy. It seems that I'm very far away from the mud pool. Even the centaur dares to play like this inside. It should be fine for me to throw a stinky egg far away, right? Within Luo Nan's sensory network, the skinny face that came from Maho's face was suffused with an excited and cruel green light. It was practically overflowing, and Luo Nan felt a wave of annoyance when he saw it. The Amaterasu order, as well as the forces behind them, had the guts to lay their hands on his grandfather's laboratory. They should be prepared to face the consequences. Wait a minute, isn't it too easy for them to just have rotten eggs? Luo Nan suddenly stood up on the yacht ray in Ban City's Beishan Lake. He walked in circles within the limited deck area of the sunlight area. Yin Lu raised her head in astonishment. She first believed that Luo Nan had encountered some unsolvable problem, but after carefully observing him a few times, she felt that something was off. Looking at that wide grin on his face, he seemed to have fallen into some kind of indescribable excitement and was unable to extricate himself for a moment. Yin Lu opened her mouth, but in the end, she decided to remain silent. This was because Luo Nan had walked a few circles at lightning speed before sitting back in his original position. He wrote vigorously in the virtual work area, sketching out blueprints. Luo Nan was skilled in the application of lines, and he had a vast and broad observation perspective. Therefore, Luo Nan was able to outline the topography of the Red Earth wasteland over 3,000 kilometers away with just a few strokes. It was hard not to be scribbled, but the necessary details weren't lacking at all. The larger ditches, underground rivers, surface lakes, waterways, and so on were all marked. The range was delineated, and then came the scattered combinations of dots, lines, and surfaces. They endlessly tumbled, wandered, joined, and combined within the virtual work area. The complex structure was constructed within 2 or 3 breaths of time. It even made Yin Lu feel dizzy. The heavens took pity on her. Inlu only seriously considered the logical relationship between a few details. She had crammed a lot of knowledge on configuration during this time. Regardless of its practical value, it was a shortcut to get closer to Luo Nan. But what this shortcut brought her was dizziness, and even the structure of her body and soul was about to be shaken and overturned. Inlu hurriedly closed her eyes. She didn't dare to look. Clearly, the gap between her and Luo Nan was too great. She was completely unqualified to evaluate on the technical level. She didn't even have the qualifications to review it. Therefore, she could only consider and judge from a more simple and intuitive perspective. Let's first set up a reference. Inlu had a hand-drawn draft of Luo Nan's in her hands. It was the illustration he had made when he explained the connection of energy between Snake Tongue and Mr. Zweiman. Inlu once believed that it would be one of the most complex blueprints she had ever seen in her life. But now the configuration diagram, which had just begun to be drawn, looked to be several times more complex than the previous draft. Inlu really couldn't hold back the curiosity in her heart. She waited for a moment when Luo Nan stopped drawing and asked softly, "Mister, I'm building a muddy pond." "Huh, I'm building a muddy pond. Let's see how those people roll around." "Let's do this for now. I'll make a simple diagram. I'll fill in the details later." Inlu subconsciously narrowed her eyes. She quickly shot a glance at the virtual work area. Forgive her for not having a high level of understanding, but the combination of configurations that made her dizzy were really hard to relate to the so-called simple diagram. A distance of 100 kilometers was actually nothing to the feet of a B-rank powerhouse. The amount of time Luo Nan spent fiddling with the configuration was enough for Horse Monkey to cross the wasteland and close the distance between the two to within 20 kilometers. Horse Monkey knew the depths of the black mist. The process of chasing and killing in his early years made him very clear that the black mist didn't excel in mental senses. The limit of the black mist sensing radius was approximately 300 meters. Moreover, it was very unstable. However, the warning trigger line constructed on this basis could reach as far as 10 kilometers away. It was worthy of the evaluation of a coward. For the sake of not alerting the snake, Horse Monkey suppressed the simple thought process of walking straight ahead. He very cautiously stopped 15 kilometers away and contacted Fatty Dragon once more to confirm the current situation of the black mist. Fatty Dragon expressed, "He's still there." "He's always been there?" "Yes. He's been there for at least 20 minutes. He doesn't advance, he doesn't retreat. It doesn't seem like his style." Suspicion rose in Horse Monkey's heart. Now that he was mulling over it, it was getting closer and closer to the speculation of the horned demon. Could it be that the black mist had some dog's hit luck and had really discovered something? He disappeared. Fatty Dragon suddenly updated his information. Horse Monkey was startled. He ran away again. He disappeared. Fatty Dragon said the same words, but his mood was a bit more serious. Horse Monkey thought of many scenarios in the blink of an eye, but none of them were reliable. While he was in a daze, his extraordinary intuition, formed from years of experience in the wasteland, suddenly awakened and rang in his mind. At the same time, the air in the surrounding area vibrated. There was a clear change in the lighting of the external environment. The shadow was like a canopy covering his head. Horse Monkey raised his head in shock as he followed the vibrating sound and the angle of the light shadow. He saw a rolling black cloud appear 30 meters in the sky. It was unknown when, but it was dark and gloomy. From time to time, it would change between light and dark. It was as if it had intercepted the sunlight from the vault of heaven, causing it to transform into a dark, treacherous, and extremely ominous color. "Horse Monkey!" Fatty Dragon's shout came crashing over. Horse Monkey's heart sank, and he felt a little dizzy. It was only at this moment that he suddenly realized that he had been facing this ominous cloud for too long. There seemed to be an invisible attraction inside the dark cloud, hooking his soul, and he could not move away. "This is bad." After waking up, Horse Monkey reacted instinctively. Faced with the seemingly harmless dark cloud, he immediately bounced backward, wanting to get out of the shadow formed by the dark cloud. It was also at this moment that a ray of light shone down from the dark cloud. The color was so frivolous that it was like a nightclub spotlight with a spot lens. However, it did not give him any time to think or react. It hit its mark. Horse Monkey was momentarily dazed. He leaped backward, which he would not make a mistake even if he had done it hundreds or thousands of times, inexplicably turned into a ridiculous and laughable diving error. The world spun around him, and then his face was forcefully smashed into the dry, hard red soil. It's a curse. Horse Monkey was glad that he could still make an accurate judgment, and his state of mind was still fine. Against the black mist, this was an acceptable price to pay. He did not even think about his ridiculous mistake. Instead, he rolled on the ground and adjusted his posture. At the same time, his soul power reached into the abyss, and he prayed to the Fusang divine tree that was already in position. The Fusang divine tree system of the Amaterasu cult was said to have 10 parallel suns. Each sun wheel represented a stairway to the heavens of the divine treasure. Even most of the believers, including Horse Monkey, could not reach the highest level of the ladder to receive the supreme divine treasures into their bodies. However, even the branches, leaves, and roots that had absorbed a little bit of divine power still possessed power that ordinary aptitude users could not imagine. Horse Monkey had chosen the path of exorcism, which was the best choice against the black mist. Against a spiritual expert like the black mist, who was proficient in curses and attacks without form, there was no need to consider a fair duel. He had to use the most direct and effective method to crush it with absolute advantage. Horse Monkey had absolute confidence. Even though he was slightly weaker than the black mist back then, after joining the Amaterasu cult and receiving the blessing of the Fusang divine tree system, even if he had a bad start, he could instantly increase his strength level and counterattack. Moreover, he was surrounded by Fat Dragon, a powerhouse who stood at the top of the architect level. As long as he could hold the situation back, Fat Dragon could suck the dark cloud and black mist into his stomach. Chapter 753. The prayers on the spiritual level, the physical Midrash, and the secret words had all been uttered. However, the coordinated movements of body, mouth, and mind, which should have been one, had inexplicably turned into a clumsy performance. No matter how casual the Amaterasu cult was, the power of the fundamental system of divine treasures was not something that could be easily summoned. Ma-Ho did not even understand why his most secretive thoughts would instantly jump to a completely irrelevant and absurd concept. He had already lost his last chance to link with the system of the Fusang divine tree. The follow-up attack of the black fog arrived. Countless cursed rays rained down on him like a storm, crashing into his body and his mind, drowning him in an instant. Initially, Ma-Ho still wanted to struggle, but under the effect of the curse, his sense of coordination and balance had been completely destroyed. Any slight exertion of force would result in a conflict with the movements of the upper and lower parts of the body, and it would lead to unpredictable consequences. His struggle had become a fatal catalyst. In a breath's time, he had completely fallen into a disorderly nightmare from the inside out, from his soul to his body. Every muscle was twitching and trembling, and every nerve had turned into a dancing snake. There was no logic to speak of. Even though he was stuck to the dry and hard ground, he could still enter a state of extreme excitement. He subconsciously wriggled up and down on the ground, then shivered and lay on the ground, like an old dog that had its final radiance. Save me! Ma-Ho could no longer care about anything else. He tried to call for help, but all that came out of his throat were meaningless grunts. He wanted to project his thoughts to the internal communication network, but his mind was also messed up by the swarm of distracting thoughts. If this continued, Ma-Ho suspected that the structure of his body and soul would fall apart at any time. Before that happened, his will was already on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, A bang sound exploded in his ears. The horse monkey had no idea where he came from. But right after that, the endless rays of cursed light were suddenly cut off. It seemed like it. The horse monkey senses had dropped to the lowest point ever since he was born. He could only vaguely feel that his chaotic, disordered, and disorderly state seemed to have been alleviated. The stench of saliva, blood, and mud on his face finally stimulated his corresponding senses. Of course, there was also the feeling of stickiness. Ma-Ho didn't even need to look in the mirror to know that his snot, tears, and blood were mixed with mud on his face. He subconsciously turned over, and he actually succeeded. Sunlight shone down, and the shadow that covered his body and soul in the middle had disappeared at some point. But then warm liquid drops and broken feathers sprinkled on his face and body like burrs. As for this logical relationship, he no longer had the energy to think about it. He panted heavily, and it was only then that he felt the torment of his internal organs. A strong feeling of nausea and the feeling of losing control worked together. A stream of heat gushed out from his throat, eyes, and even his nostrils like a fountain. But in essence, it was the filth stored in his stomach. It sprayed high, but in the blink of an eye, it sprayed all over his face. "I'll kill you! I'll kill you!" Ma-Ho mumbled as he opened and closed his mouth, but the filth poured in again. He screamed and jumped up without caring about anything else. In the blink of an eye, he fell to the ground and vomited. How unfortunate. Are you all right? Jingxin's concern came late, but he didn't appear. His true body was still 30 kilometers away, and he only sent his greetings through the internal communication network. Ma-Ho was about to vomit his bile out, so he wasn't in the mood to bother with him. Jingxin also knew of Ma-Ho's situation and guessed that he likely didn't know what had happened later. He gave a simple introduction. Fat Dragon exploded the surveillance vessel and used his flesh and blood to cast a curse that struck the black fog. That fellow was likely injured, but he still managed to escape. Fat Dragon is searching, but there's not much hope. Phew! Phew! Ma-Ho was still panting heavily. He didn't expect Fat Dragon to avenge him, nor did he expect Jingxin to help him up. They addressed each other as brothers only because of the need for action. Hiding their relationship as members of the Amaterasu cult was also a requirement for action. They knew each other very well. They were all cold people by nature. Even when Fat Dragon had saved him previously, it was likely because he felt that he could succeed. Under such circumstances, there was no need for Ma-Ho to feel resentful. Bullshit. He wanted to lash out at anyone he saw, but there was only desolate red soil around him. In fact, he had indeed ravaged the desolate plains. Now there was a shallow pit in the ground, and his crotch was wet and uncomfortable. What a nightmarish memory. F***K. 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 Ma-Ho slammed the ground with all his might, causing dust to fly up. If he were a person who wanted to be dignified, he might have slit his own throat. Ma-Ho wasn't that bad, but the moment he thought of the scene from before, he couldn't help but see stars as his organs burned. He couldn't understand or accept it. That fellow, the Black Fog, a coward who only knew how to backstab others, had become so terrifying. It was also a curse-style attack. It was a method that completely wiped out balance and coordination from the body and soul structure and psyche. It was impossible to defend against or dodge. If Fat Dragon hadn't taken action, Ma-Ho would definitely have died, and the power that ultimately killed him would likely have originated from him. Anger, humiliation, and fear, negative emotions surged as they constantly drained Ma-Ho's energy. He had no intention of getting up. At that moment, Jingxin urged him, "Are you feeling better? If you are, get up and get to work." Go F***, King Dai. Jingxin wasn't angry. Were you beaten up by the Black Fog again? All right, let's be serious. Go take a look at the spot where the Black Fog was previously. Look at what? Remember the horned demons speculation? At present, Fat Dragon hasn't caught the black fog, but that fellow has been circling the vicinity without leaving. This doesn't match his cowardly personality at all. Perhaps he really discovered something. Don't be fooled by the fact that he's hiding somewhere. Once we dig out what he's trying to hide, I guarantee he'll jump higher than anyone else. Ma Ho's face twitched. Regardless of his mood, he had indeed heard what Jingxin said. Jingxin struck while the iron was hot. It's not appropriate for me to appear. It's ideal for an enemy like you to go. Don't worry. Fat Dragon and I will protect you. None of your business. Ma Ho spat and spat out the remaining filth in his mouth. He took off his shirt, revealing his thin torso. He wiped his face with the corner of his barely clean shirt, clenched his teeth, and walked towards the target area more than 10 kilometers away. At the end of the day, he was still a B-class expert. Moreover, he was the type of person whose mental and physical aspects were more balanced. When he lost his coordination, he was in a more miserable state. This was equivalent to losing his greatest advantage. From this perspective, the black fog did have a certain restraining effect on him. However, when he regained his senses and adjusted his recovery speed, it was still quite shocking. At the beginning, he was still dragging his muddy steps, and it was difficult and sluggish. After adapting to the 1 kilometer distance, his speed increased rapidly, and he soon recovered his agile and nimble body movement. Other than the sour smell all over his body, which he could not get rid of immediately, and the obvious stains on his crotch area, he was a good man again. Furthermore, during this process, Jingxin had also sent an olive branch. Ah no, it was the propping mulberry tree's branch. That fellow had learned from the horse monkey's lesson and completed the prayer a long time ago. He established a connection with the Fusang divine tree in the abyss area, guiding its power and assimilating it. At this moment, he connected with the horse monkey and shared a portion of his perception. He could also use the power of the Fusang divine tree to help the horse monkey gradually stabilize its emotions. When they were still 2 to 3 kilometers away from the target, Jingxin suddenly said, "Something's wrong. Black fog." The horse monkey's hair nearly stood on end. "No, it's just that the feeling here is very different from other places. It's as though some power has interfered with it. There are remnant traces. Horned Demon is indeed a spirit medium. Yes, the black fog isn't bad either. It really made him discover a problem." Jingxin was somewhat excited. The horse monkey finally jumped out of the shadows of the black fog and thought of the most important mission they had come for today. "Is this the laboratory's door?" "Yes. It's still too early to make a conclusion. We need to observe further, but the possibility is very high." Jingxin analyzed the black fog's behavior in passing. That fellow, the black fog, came for Luo Yuandao's laboratory, but it wasn't willing to take the risk. However, after passing by and seeing some clues, it dispelled the thought of leaving and wanted to monopolize it. This is very much in line with the thoughts of a treasure hunter, but it's not the thoughts of an appraiser. Yes, it's quite reliable. Jingxin gave his analysis a thumbs up before contacting the Horned Demon. "Quick, come over and take a look. Let's see if it matches." In a blink of an eye, he said to the horse monkey, "Be careful. The black fog might jump out at any moment." However, Jingxin's judgment was wrong this time. The black fog didn't appear again, as though it no longer had any thoughts about this place. Or perhaps it had suffered an incurable injury from its previous battle with Fat Dragon, who had failed in his pursuit, couldn't make a judgment either. He had completely lost track of the black fog. Jingxin analyzed again. Perhaps it's afraid. Your relationship with Fat Dragon will likely be exposed. Your identity can't be hidden anymore. Thankfully, everyone knows that he doesn't like to use his brain. It's very normal for him to have someone as his secretary. However, you aren't very competent as a secretary. I'm going to kill him. This him was naturally referring to him. When the horse monkey didn't see the black fog, his terrible emotions surged again. He paced back and forth on the red ground that didn't look any different. He was extremely vexed. His footsteps became heavier and heavier. Finally, he couldn't help but stomp his feet to vent his frustration. 1 kick, 2 kicks, 3 kicks. There was a muffled sound, and the red soil under his feet suddenly collapsed. Before Horse Monkey could regain his balance, there was another long cheese sound and hot steam gushed out. Although it was not enough to hurt Horse Monkey, who was a B-class expert, it still gave him a fright. His crotch instinctively shrank back, and he jumped back. What's that? Chapter 754. Monkey certainly did not want more people to see him in such a pathetic state. However, things did not go as he wished. The search, which was purely based on luck, had just begun. Most people were still wandering aimlessly without a clear direction. At this time, a small change or accident could easily attract people's attention. At the same time, as Jing Exan had said, the minds of treasure hunters and the surveyors were completely different. As the designers behind the scenes, the Amaterasu sex way of thinking was closer to that of the surveyors. Hence, sharing information and increasing efficiency became the best choice. From Monkey's humiliating failure to the discovery of a geothermal geyser, the entire process took about half an hour. The time taken to attract others was even shorter. In less than 20 minutes, most of the participants had gathered around the newly discovered geothermal mud area. To be precise, except for Anthony, the priest, and Vanta, the dean of the Welfare Institute, everyone else had arrived to study the latest discovery. Of course, they also had to eliminate the black fog that had been chased away by Fatty Dragon. With so many people here, Monkey, as the first discoverer, had to give a reason. At this time, hiding the truth was not an option. Only a fool would reveal everything. After discussing with Jingxin and company, Horse Monkey described the old grudge between him and the black fog in a deadpan manner. He casually summarized the pursuit and the subsequent analysis and pursuit, completing the relevant logical chain. Of course, some of the hidden meanings needed to be discovered by smart people. There was no shortage of smart people on the scene. Gardner stared at Monkey's face and did not hide his ridicule at all. It sounds like you drove the black fog away and then found this place that he was trying to hide. But looking at you now, it looks more like a victory. Also, although I'm not good at sensing, the abyss area seemed to be very lively just now. Brother Monkey, the black fog, who else was it? Gardner then looked at Fatty Dragon, who was also staring at him expressionlessly. Their eyes met. Even though Gardner was also a burly man compared to the huge fat dragon, he was still an order of magnitude weaker, and it was the same in terms of strength. Gardner looked unruly, but he had his own plans. He did not want to lose to Fatty Dragon, who was one of the top Grade B powerhouses. He laughed and waved his hand. We all know what's going on with Fatty Dragon. 1 or 2 more of you from the Amaterasu cult won't scare me to death. Why do you have to be so secretive? Moreover, it's not a good habit to neglect work for personal reasons. Fat Dragon was always numb and stiff. Ma Ho's face turned green, red, and green. It changed back and forth 7 or 8 times, but in the end he still clenched his teeth and didn't say anything. At this time, the centaur stood up in a timely manner and mediated in a decent manner. As I said, this is an uncertain opportunity. It is a gamble. I don't mind if any party wants to increase the probability of harvest by increasing their investment. In fact, I welcome it. Of course, I also hope that I can open less SMUF accounts to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. But then again, compared to Fatty Dragon and you guys opening SMUF accounts, I am more dissatisfied with Mr. Black Mist, who slipped away. Everyone has paid the price, and none of us want to miss the opportunity. That's why I propose the idea of sharing. Only when we get our hands on the treasure can we talk about distribution. In fact, the word distribution was almost meaningless in Luo Yuandao's laboratory. It was indeed a huge fortune, but to dig a piece of the treasure mountain, it still required enough knowledge, insight, and luck. In this context, cooperation, and sharing were more important. I have emphasized this point many times, but that narrow-minded guy, Black Mist, still sees this operation as a crude and low-level treasure-hunting operation. He said that he wants to quit, but in fact, he wants to take everything for himself. So that guy has pissed me off. If he dares to show up again, I will stand on your side, Mr. Maho. The Centaur, Maho, and Fatty Dragon had unified their positions, but it was not suspicious. After all, no matter what the crazy Centaur decided, it was not surprising. Similarly, whoever he stood with, other than the enemy, his teammates were no exception. Gardner responded with a smile. I don't mind helping to get rid of a stingy guy, but I would like to have reliable and useful information. What I'm more interested in right now is what the Black Fog has discovered. Can anyone give me a definite answer? At present, it seems to be a geothermal hot spring. While the few of them were reflecting their positions, Hua Jian had already circled around the mud several times. At this time, he casually analyzed. The plateau north of the Himalayas has always been an area rich in geothermal energy. It is not strange for a geothermal hot spring and mud to appear here. I have checked the topographic map, and there is an underground waterway nearby that is connected to the surface saltwater lake dozens of kilometers away. Gardner laughed again when he heard that. Oh, it seems that you're quite lucky, Monkey. If you stomped your feet a little harder earlier, you might have broken through the magma chamber below. That kind of feeling, Maho glared at Gardner. He really had a taste of this guy's foul mouth. Compared to Gardner, who only wanted to take advantage of others with his mouth, Hua Jian, who was a detective, was more interested in the environment around the geothermal hot spring mud pool and the traces left behind. There is still some distance between the underground aquifer and the surface. The heat pipes in the magma chamber don't seem to be enough to form a huge water pressure, causing it to gush out. In comparison, Mr. Maho's stomping seems even more insignificant. Therefore, I think that between the two stimulating elements of the magma chamber and the stomping of feet, there should be another stimulating force. Even now it is still in effect. But we are close at hand, yet we can't detect it. Seeing that someone had cut to the chase, Jingxin immediately raised his hand in agreement. I have never been to the deep blue world, nor do I know how the plane affects the structure of space-time. However, this mechanism is also something I have never heard of or seen before. So I would like to ask Mr. Maho, is it possible for the portal to Luo Yuandao's laboratory to be transferred to the surface? Just like the portal to the deep blue world. It is located 10,000 meters deep at the bottom of the sea? Maho frowned. He really couldn't be sure about this matter. The laboratory portal I saw was pulled by an exclusive instrument. Therefore, even if it moves, it is limited to a certain extent. Now that all the instruments have been removed, I don't know if the portal will directly sink into the ground. Tens of hundreds of meters deep in the ground seems to be meaningless for such a huge space-time structure. Chapter 755. The people around them looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. In an unknown and destined complex environment, it was too difficult for a group of psychics who were known for their sensitivity to be squeezed together. This might be a bewitching array. Shui Qinghe of the Order of Justice was one of the few physical experts in the group, so he was more used to such an environment. However, he also expressed a cautious attitude. We haven't discovered anything related to the laboratory's door. All our suspicions stem from the appearance of this mud at the periphery of the search zone. Are you saying that this might be a joke by the Black Fog? Yes, a nasty joke. Jingxin and Horned Demon quickly communicated through the internal communication network, but they were unsure in the end. It was necessary to investigate, but how to investigate and whether it was worth investing a lot of time and energy was a problem that needed to be determined. Hua Jian, on the other hand, made a suggestion. I have a Dao mark, a gadget that I made myself. It can basically be understood as a kind of paint that can mark the effects of various powers. It's especially sensitive to beyonder powers, which is the interaction between the mind and matter. I can put it down to verify it. The others understood what he meant. Luo Yuandao's laboratory, which they were searching for, could basically be considered a natural effect. If they discovered strong traces of beyonder powers, there was no need to say anything. It was a counterfeit nest, and everyone could just turn around and leave. Jingxin raised his hand and suggested, "We have to probe deeper. We can't sense it at the moment, so it might be because the place of effect is relatively hidden. For example, it might be hidden near the magma chamber's lava pipes and directly trigger an eruption. It's not impossible for the black fog's spirit body to do this. That's natural, but my abilities are limited. In such a complex area, I can at most make the Tao marker sink 100 meters or so. Compared to the thickness of the Earth's crust, it's just too insignificant. To be able to form a geothermal mud-hot spring, the rock layer should be relatively thin. As long as we can probe the fault zone beneath the hot spring, it'll be fine. Something like stimulating the magma chamber and causing the water storage rock layer to break is not something that the black fog, who can only draw circles and curse, can do." Gardner, who had the worst mouth, had a rare analysis, and most people agreed with him. As he spoke, he even walked to the back of his off-road vehicle. Under the watchful eyes of the group, he took out a box of equipment from the trunk. He then opened the front and back doors of the car, as well as the cover of the car's roof. The interface of the dashboard, which was rich in functions, was revealed. I can add another round of assistance. In the complicated terrain of the wasteland, I believe in the equipment more than my own senses. The centaur whistled. Inside the equipment box that Gardner took out were precision components that were neatly arranged. Some of them were slightly combined to form a round probe ball. Although the functions of the A9 detector produced by Lamar don't seem to be top-notch, it is the most portable professional instrument in the field of complex terrain exploration. It had a wealth of functional modules, such as optical imaging, metal detection, life detection, terrain mapping. You could always find the one that suited you. Well, the advertising time was over. There was still one problem to solve. In this kind of mud, normal propellers can't work, not to mention the underground rock formation and water flow. I need a buddy who can provide power, at least to help this little thing cross the harsh area in front. When it enters the underground river, it will be more sensitive than any living fish. Several B-level aptitude users looked left and right, and finally, their eyes all focused on Fat Dragon's face. The latter turned around and left without saying a word. Ma Ho then endured the gazes of all parties, and his thin face barely squeezed out a smile. He's going to find a suitable tool. It shouldn't take long. In fact, only about 7 or 8 minutes later, Fat Dragon reappeared in everyone's field of vision. He was still holding a living thing that looked like a frog in his hand. Hua Jian was knowledgeable and recognized it at once. Cloth bag demon frog, a specialty of the plateau. This is rare. Fat Dragon asked Gardner for the probe ball, and Hua Jian had already stuffed his beacon into the storage area of this thing before. The probe ball was in his left hand, and the demon frog was in his right. It was obvious that the probe ball, which was about the size of a volleyball, was much bigger than the cloth bag demon frog. But Fat Dragon didn't care. He squeezed the cloth bag demon frog twice, and after 2 muffled croaks, the greenish-gray cloth bag demon frog began to expand rapidly. It even opened its mouth, and its cracked upper and lower jaws were even more exaggerated than the diameter of its expanding body. It easily stuffed the probe ball in. With a few wriggles of its tough skin and flesh, the probe ball firmly sank into the abdomen of the cloth bag demon frog and kept spinning. Genius idea. Gardner snapped his fingers and turned on the probe ball. After adjusting the parameters and eliminating the influence of the skin and flesh of the cloth bag demon frog, he confirmed that everything was correct and made an okay gesture. Fat Dragon threw away the demon frog that had really expanded into a bulging cloth bag in his hand and threw the mutant into the still, churning mud. Due to the terrible environmental conditions, the optical imaging module of the probe ball was not turned on. However, the thermal imaging and various detection wave technologies were still trustworthy, and the network connection was still stable. As the cloth-bagged demon frog sank, the structure of the lower layer of the geothermal mud hot spring that suddenly emerged was gradually outlined and enriched with details on the projection screen of the control panel of Gardner's SUV. Gardner acted as a temporary technician, and he was very used to the role. As he continued to adjust the relevant parameters, the outline and change trend of the soil, rock strata, and water flow were constantly smeared in the projection area. There was also more detailed data such as temperature, pH, and the composition of various elements. After eliminating the interference of the cloth bag demon frog's body, it appeared one after another. These pictures and data were enough for everyone to make some preliminary judgments. Gardner explained while operating, and he was basically able to reach a consensus with everyone. The soil and rock strata are relatively thin. Most of the area is like this, and it's possible that it was broken by the high pressure. The mineral composition is more complicated, and it's closer to the magma chamber below. It should be a metamorphic rock that was formed due to the influence of the magma chamber. This is the result of a long period of time. The youngest trace here is probably the radiation residue from World War III. The temperature continues to rise, and the magma chamber is indeed more active. Anyway, I refuse to go down to explore with my body. Hey, Mr. Detective, is there any reaction from your paint? There is. Fortunately, it will show different thermal gradients, which is convenient for the instrument to sense. Hua Jian asked if he could join in the operation. After getting Gardner's permission, he adjusted some of the parameters in the thermal imaging system. In the blink of an eye, the interface that was still relatively clear was covered in overly gorgeous colors. Hey, sorry, allow me to simplify. How about this? I'll set the effect of transcendent power to red and the other natural forces to white. This will be the most intuitive. Chapter 756. TSK. There are many capable people in this world. That was quite dangerous. Luo Nan sighed. He reached out to scratch his head and let out a sigh. Yin Lu had raised her head for the umpteenth time to look at Luo Nan. She felt quite helpless. Luo Nan was completely immersed right now, but he was definitely not a calm and unperturbed manipulator behind the scenes. He would sigh and comment from time to time. He couldn't even be considered a qualified spectator. At least for Yin Lu, a pitiful person who couldn't even be a spectator, it was far too cruel. Yin Lu felt like a cat was scratching her heart. What in the world happened in the wasteland 3,000 kilometers away? What kind of reaction would happen when 10 B-rank powerhouses converge under the arrangement of an inconceivable person like Luo Nan? Such a scene did not happen every year, even in the inner world. Luo Nan was able to observe the process of transformation, let alone from a godlike perspective, right? Yin Lu really didn't know how Luo Nan was able to observe the scene 3,000 kilometers away. She was unable to understand what kind of perspective it was. The more it was like this, the more her curiosity rapidly expanded. Soon, it crushed the sense of responsibility and professionalism that a secretary should have. In the end, she couldn't help but open her mouth and whisper, "Mister? Mister? Yes? Mister, can you tell me the current situation over there? My intelligence analysis will be useful." It was thanks to Yin Li's long experience in the business world that she didn't blush and expose herself for such a terrible reason. However, she still successfully attracted Luo Nan's attention. He turned to look at her and blinked. Soon he came to a realization. "You want to know the situation over there? You want to see?" Yin Lu hurriedly nodded. It was bad to be reserved at times like this. Appropriate intimacy was what set her apart from a workaholic like He Wayne. Yin Lu admired herself for being able to find such a powerful reason for herself in such a short amount of time. Reality proved that this move was really effective. Right now, the group of people in the wasteland were still tossing and turning around things like instruments and road signs. The pace was relatively calm, and Luo Nan had the leisure time to chat with Yin Lu. In truth, Inli's request was a bit excessive, but Luo Nen didn't mind. Ever since he entered the inner world circle, he was mostly fawned upon by his friends in the Xia City branch due to his young age. He created trouble, and the others helped him deal with the trouble. Even if someone made some requests, they would think it over and over again to ensure that it was within a reasonable range. Someone like Inlu, who clearly knew that she was crossing the line, but still acted like a spoiled child and begged. Well, this could be counted as acting like a spoiled child. At the very least, this kind of method was rare. So Luo Nen didn't feel offended. On the contrary, he felt that this was rather novel and interesting. He didn't want to refuse. At the same time, he was used to considering problems from the perspective of others. After pondering for a while, he said, "It's fine if you want to see it, really?" Li's eyes were immediately filled with joy. Even she couldn't tell how much of it was real and how much of it was embellished. Luo Nen didn't care about these little details. He just followed his established train of thought and continued speaking. "There's a problem. You need to be mentally prepared. I'm afraid you're not used to it. Yes, you're temporarily unable to adapt to the impact of the information flow on my sensory network. It's definitely impossible to directly sense it. Do you understand what I mean?" Lu was startled and frowned. "I can roughly understand the amount of information collected by a spiritual network that was several thousand kilometers away was undoubtedly enormous." Needless to say, Luo Nan's perception ability was close to that of a god. The pressure was certainly not something that an average person could endure. So, if you really want to see it immediately, I can only help you transfer it. It won't be a direct, comprehensive clairvoyance. Instead, I'll help you filter it. I'll let you see what you see. Wasn't this very normal? Lu immediately responded, "This isn't a problem." No. You don't understand what I mean. If you want to accept my transfer, then you need to accept the stimulation I give you on the mental plane. It goes deep into the various planes of the senses. It isn't real to you, and it's easy to confuse you. At the same time, Lu already understood halfway through Luo Nan's words. She understood it very thoroughly. The only thing she didn't understand was whether this underage gentleman before her was displaying his true colors as a straight man, or if he was trying to open up a new domain of social relations. Since this was the case, Lu stopped short and replied, "I've studied Mister's theory. I can understand." Luo Nan's prison theory had an extremely famous invasion thesis. It referred to the fact that there was no public space on the mental plane. There was only the difference between being active and being passive. Active contact and invasion had similar meanings. This thesis exposed the direct and crude nature of the mental domain. It left a deep impression on people. Even if one wasn't on the mental side, one could still say one thing, two, three, for let alone a professional like Lu. "I don't mind. I can't mind." Whether it was 4 months ago when the madam asked for your help or the long period of time that followed, I had to adapt and accept these things. These words flashed through Li's mind, but she didn't say them out loud. Being overly straightforward and revealing wouldn't help the two deepen their relationship. Instead, it would cause the subtle and harmonious atmosphere to turn into the most awkward of situations. This was the subtlety of humans. Even if the other knew the thoughts in each other's hearts, even if there were more straightforward actions, there would always be a buffer space as long as the other didn't say it out loud. There were all sorts of emotions and delusions that could be wantonly operated within this space, developing countless possibilities. This buffer space was the area that Lu was working hard to manage in the present and future. She would only expand this space, not the other way around. In comparison, Luo Nan was the one who truly revealed his true colors as a straight man. On this level, he was still an immature little boy. He lacked the ability to control complex and subtle relationships. He always wanted to express something, to expose something, to let everything operate under the control of reason. As a god, he had the qualifications to pursue this kind of model, but as a man, he was far from being mature. Ian Lee's state of mind was a bit excited when her thoughts touched upon this level, but she controlled these subtle changes very well. She didn't deliberately express her affection. Instead, she used the most businesslike attitude to look at Luo Nan attentively. "What do I need to do in order to receive your information, mister?" "Well, you basically don't need to do anything. I'll gradually introduce the information and form the relevant stimulation. Let's slowly try it out and see what level is most appropriate."